Happy Third Fry, guys. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening. Good evening, Glass. Good evening, guys. Nope. Hope you guys had a wonderful day off, I guess. Yeah, we got a metric shit ton of snow up here. In addition to, I had some other things that went on. I had a water pipe freeze. I had a fitting that was leaking. And in trying to fix it, it caused my radiator to freeze and then explode. I was dumb and didn't turn off the fans on it because I thought I could get it done easily, which it was relatively easy. It just 30 minutes apparently was too long. Yeah. Another in between trying to take care of snow removal. Yeah. Got all sorts of cut up while trying to fix things, and I had a rough 24 hours, guys. That'll happen, though. That'll happen. Those do happen on occasion. Or rains it pours sort of ordeal. We'll get that. Oh. Have a cut that I think is infected. Well, it is infected, not think it's infected. Yeah, trying to take care of that. Hopefully that doesn't get worse. All the good fun things in the world, guys. Good. Yep, and then I was about to go to sleep this morning after everything was said and done, and found out when my water pipes froze. I don't even know what happened with it, because it wasn't really frozen. I opened it up, and yeah, it wasn't frozen. It was like, like no pressure for some reason. So something might have been frozen, but I have like a heat pipe or heat tape on it, so it's supposed to heat it up when it gets too cold, but that wasn't turning on, which means it didn't think it was too cold. Which I guess maybe means it was frozen somewhere upstream. It was like slowed to a trickle, so there's still some flow in it. And I guess it wasn't enough to trigger the flow sensor or something. Pipe wasn't filled. It maybe means you have to put the heat sensor on the bottom of the pipe. Oh. Because if the water level drops in the pipe, assuming pipes are normally completely full of water, so it doesn't matter where you put the sensor. But if the pipe is actually, if upstream it has clog because it's frozen or partially frozen, the top of the pipe is going to be a different temperature than the bottom of the pipe, which has the water in it, right? And then that would be more based on the air temperature in the pipe. rather than the water temperature, which would carry the actual, like, if it's borderline freezing, that would set it off. I guess I have to move the heat sensor. I was just thinking about that. I guess I have to move the heat sensor to the bottom of the pipe. Might fix that. That's curious. I didn't think of that. I didn't think it mattered. Because normally you'd end up in a case where the rest of the pipe gets that cold. But I guess if it slowly froze over time and it wasn't enough to trigger the heat sensor, the tape sensor slowly froze. No. Yeah, it wasn't really a problem up until today. Everything just all culminated on today or the last 24 hours. It's right on the thing that's infected. It's right on the edge of my side. I thought I had a hangnail, but it's not. It's like a cut in my... right along the edge of my nail bed. So I guess my nail is agitating it too. It makes me wonder if I got something stuck in it. I looked at it, I didn't see anything. I don't know, guys. We're going to do some Reddits here tonight, guys. Take a look at the tubes. X3D is coming out on the 28th. Reviews are on the 27th. Ant-Man and the Wasp pitch meme. Ant-Man and the Wasp apparently is pretty fucking bad. Drama. Care about pre-builts? I guess someone does. Psychedelic assisted therapy. That's on Magic Mushrooms. We might take a look at this actually. I don't normally watch John Oliver because he's on a left-leaning propaganda stick, and as such, it's not really interesting to watch that. So let me take a look at this. Magic mushrooms, or mushrooms in general. Psychedelic mushrooms actually are showing, just like marijuana, to have medicinal uses, and not just outside of wanting to get high medicinal uses. Very interesting. Preeti, I would never look at. Let's take a look at hover boxes. What I wanted to see, because I'll probably be buying a B650. I want to take a look at this. I don't know if we'll have time today though. And also curious about the $3.5 billion spacesuits. Curious about that. Let's take a look at the pitch meeting first. But I have no plans.
So you have a new Ant-Man movie for me? Yes, sir. I do. Oh boy, we got to make this good because this is going to be the kickoff for Phase 5. Yeah. So it's got to live up to Phase 4, which a lot of people
didn't even fucking hear about it, didn't know about it, didn't know this was supposed to be something special, in no way, shape, or form was interested in the first place, and I don't know why you'd use Ant-Man to kick off something that's supposed to be monumental. But I guess they're out of superheroes that people want to watch now.
people are saying was the most exciting phase yet. Well. So I figure we make this one take place in the quantum realm. That's where small things are. Very small things, sir, and we're gonna have a ton of excitement in this one. Sick. Oh yes, sir. Tons of helmet removals. Don't you worry about that. There's gonna be a lot. What? Helmet removals, sirs. Characters are gonna take their helmets off dramatically a shocking number of times. Why? Because that's the coolest thing a person could do. Is it? Oh yeah, check this out, sir. Oh my God! Right? Do that again. Do that again. Do that again. Do that again. Oh, all right, this is gonna be a good movie. Anyway, so Scott's daughter Cassie is older now, and she's built this machine that can send a signal down to the quantum realm. Right. But Janet is like, well, you can't be doing that. The quantum realm is dangerous. You can't stop doing that. Wasn't she messing around with quantum stuff with them at the end of the last movie? Hey, shut up. And so suddenly this machine goes nuts, and they all get sucked down in the quantum realm. Oh my God! Like they go into it. Oh, okay. So wait, what's Janet afraid of down there? Well, see, she met this guy Kang down there, and she helped him repair this ship of his. Okay. But when they have it all fixed up, and she touches the ship, it gives her all these visions of Kang conquering and murdering people. Kind of a weird feature for a ship to have. So then she decided to mess up his ship's power core to make him stuck down there, and she's afraid he could get out. Also, why were they even messing with that stuff? I mean, she must have told them about Kang down there. Well, no, she kept that to herself. Oh, she did? Yeah, in fact, she doesn't tell them until much later in the movie when they've been down there for a while. Why? So the movie can happen. Oh, okay, gotcha. So anyway, they get separated down there, and Scott and Cassie get captured by some quantum people that live down there. Uh-oh. And so they go up to Scott like, are you a spy? And Cassie's like, no, he's not a spy, he's my dad. So they're like, oh, okay. How does that prove anything? Why couldn't they both be spies? Unclear. And so these folks are scared of Kang because he's been conquering everything. So Cassie's like, Dad, we gotta stay and help these people. Shouldn't they find their family first? Yeah, but she wants to help because that's her one character trait, and so she gives her dad some crap about that. These could be cannibals or something. They don't know anything about them. Yeah, anyway, then they get attacked, so these people are like, hey, you led them right to us. Didn't they capture them and bring them there? They did, yeah, and then Scott and Cassie are gonna get attacked by MODOK. Oh, MODOK, huh? What's his deal? Well, turns out he's Darren Cross. Hey. Who is that? Darren Cross. He was, the generic bad guy from the first movie. He's from the first movie. Yeah, he is. So when he got sent down to the quantum realm at the end of the first movie, he got all messed up, and we're gonna see his tiny little butt. What? And Kang turned him into this killing machine called MODOK. And what's he like? Well, his head's all stretched out weird like this. Oh my God, how did you do that? I've been doing Pilates. Oh, okay. So anyway, meanwhile, Janet, Hope, and Hank are trying to track down this guy that Janet used to know down in the quantum realm. Who's this guy? Well, his name is Krylar, and we're gonna find out they had a little romantic thing going when she used to live down there. Oh, quantum infidelity is tight. And so this guy used to be a good guy, but now he's a bad guy. Oh no. Yeah, so they steal his ship and escape. Very exciting. And so then Scott is gonna meet Kang, and Kang is gonna be like, hey, help me retrieve my ship's core or I'll kill your daughter and make you relive it over and over. Oh my God. So Scott's like, geez, okay, I'll do it. He doesn't like how that sounds. He doesn't know. So then he is gonna do what Kang asked. Uh-oh. And so then Scott's gonna turn into Giant Man and stomp around yelling, our word is our bond. Kind of a strange strategy, but yeah, that might help. And Cassie's also gonna help start an uprising with those quantum people from earlier in the movie. All right, I don't feel like I know those characters and I'm not super emotionally invested. And this guy with a yellow beam thing for a head is gonna die. Oh no, guy with a yellow beam thing for a head. And Cassie's also gonna have to fight MODOK and try to convince him to join their side. Well, it's gonna be hard to convince such a bad guy to help out. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, she's gonna be like, don't be a dick. And so, that works immediately. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Wow. And then Hank shows up with some super evolved ants, and they beat the
power of a
crap out
woman.
Kang. Very violent.
True story.
Insect. So then the good guys are going to be going home through a portal, but then Kang's going to pop out again and start beating the crap out of Scott. Oh, no. Yeah, and Hope's going to pop back in to help out, and the portal's going to close behind her. Oh, yeah, Hope. I forgot she was in this. Me too, sir. So then they manage to defeat Kang, and maybe he's dead, maybe. Wow, so they're stuck in the quantum realm, huh? They sacrifice themselves? No, the portal can just reopen, so they go home. Oh. Okay, I thought there would be some consequences or something. I mean, it has consequences, sir. The guy with the yellow beam thing for a head died. That is a good point. Yeah, you're right. And so that's about it. What do you think? Well, I mean, Kang is supposed to be the next big bad guy, right? And so far we've seen him get killed in Loki, and in this one he gets beat up by a bunch of bugs. Yeah, well, there is going to be a post-credit scene of a bunch of him in a bunch of different costumes. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That is threatening and not hilarious in any way. Great. I think people are really going to like this. Me too. Hi, everybody. Ryan George here.
Start of Phase 5, guys. Yep, Marvel still's not learned their lesson. They literally must have their movies written by ChatGPT or something, because it definitely starts to feel that way, where they just add checkboxes into their movies, and then it's just all just garbage that's just thrown together.
I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to subscribe, that's the thing you could do. You could also just hang out here, look at a picture of me and my new dog. His name's Louie. Look at him. That's him right there on the right side of the picture. Lower right side. He's on the lower right side of the picture. And also, goodbye.
Adderall, right? I'm not going to capitalize it. There's 2 Ds. ChatGPT, if you've ever used ChatGPT, it feels that way. It just feels like it's like very automated, very robotic, very methodical. It doesn't really have any heart or soul, and the character's not really thought out. They're fleshed out because they didn't feed them criteria to do that. So at the end of the day, it's basically just still limited by the writer, whoever used ChatGPT. But at the same time, it is, yeah, very easy to tell. It could be Adderall. It could just be a bunch of people on Adderall that somehow got a gig. Okay. Hardware Unbox, guys. Oh my god, B650, this is what we want to see.
Welcome back to Hardware Unbox.
Thank you,
Today
Steve.
we are taking a look at the more entry-level AMD B650
Much better.
motherboards.
Entry being
$220
entry
US.
being
And yeah,
$180.
not a price point that we typically deem as entry-level. The
Predicted.
reality is that's about where the majority of the most affordable B650 motherboards are priced. The question is, for those of you wanting to jump on
they
the
go down to
AMD
175,
platform
so
while spending as little as possible on the motherboard, which boards are the best? Well, to answer that, I'll be torture testing 11 boards using the Ryzen 9 7950X, looking at VRM thermal performance, all-core performance, gaming performance, and boot times. But before we get into the data, let's quickly take a look at each board individually. Starting with the MSI Pro B650M-A Wi-Fi at $200, this can be considered a mid-tier board for this roundup. In terms of features, it is well equipped for a micro ATX motherboard, though I have to say, there's nothing particularly noteworthy about it. There's no PCIe 5.0 support to speak of. You get the standard 2 M.2 slots and 3 PCIe expansion slots. It does include 11 USB 3.2
I saw one
ports,
for
so that's
175
nice.
on
You
Newegg.
also get Wi-Fi 6E and 2.5 gigabit LAN. There's basic Realtek ALC 897 audio, and the I/O panel is fairly basic, I'd say. 8 USB ports in total, no Type-C. There's the basic audio and network connections along with a DisplayPort and HDMI output. Oh, and there's also a BIOS flashback button. As for the VRM V-Core, it's powered by 8 Alpha and Omega 55 amp power stages, teamed in pairs for a 4-phase configuration. Then cooling them is a pair of large black aluminium heatsinks, though they're not connected, so they're just individual heatsinks, no heat pipes here at all. Overall, it is a solid-looking motherboard. Certainly,
Not that it really matters
underwhelming for
depending on how their
$200,
phases
but
are.
that's the state of DDR5
Like the whole
motherboards at this point,
extravagant heat
especially
sinks don't
those
really
supporting
matter
the
that
AM5
much
platform.
as
Then for an extra
the
$20,
VRMs
so
do in their layout.
$220 US, there's an
Basically,
ATX
the quality
version
of the
called
VRMs.
the Pro B650-P Wi-Fi, though at the time of filming, it is on sale for $200 US, so that's probably a pretty good price for that board. In short, though, this is simply a stretched
Three
out
PCIe
version of the
slots?
Pro B650M-A, though design-wise they do look very similar. This ATX model has been upgraded with 75 amp Renesas power stages, and in total there's a dozen for a 12-phase V-core. So that's a significant and impressive upgrade that's probably worth the extra $20 alone, but if not, you also get an additional PCIe slot and a Type-C USB on the I/O panel. In terms of VRM cooling, the Dash P is similar to the Dash A, which is fine as the upgraded VRM isn't going to be all that demanding on the cooling. So at the $200 US sale price, this looks to be a great board, but at $220, it does face some pretty steep competition that we're going to look at in a moment.
I hope Asus is actually doing pretty good.
We have the B650
They're,
MPG
it's a micro
Wi-Fi,
ATX with
$508
4
US,
slots.
making it one of the most affordable AM5 motherboards.
With 4 slots.
For the
Which
money, it
just shows that it
very
doesn't
well
matter.
equipped, though.
At this
Firstly,
point,
ASRock has
literally
squeezed
ATX doesn't
4
matter because they
PCI
cut off the
expansion
PCIe slots
onto this
anyways.
micro ATX board, along with 2 M.2 slots, and impressively, one of those M.2s supports PCIe 5.0, a feature that was completely missing from both MSI boards. Around at the I/O panel, there's 8 USB ports in total, one of which is a Type-C. You also get 2.5 gigabit LAN, Wi-Fi 6E, HDMI, and a DisplayPort output, along with a BIOS flashback button. In total, the board supports 9 USB 3.2 ports and 8 USB 2.0 ports, so there's plenty of USB support on offer here. The VRM also looks good. Here we have a dozen 50 amp power stages covered by a massive aluminium heatsink. The primary M.2 slot also comes with a relatively
fan
large
control on
heatsink.
Asus boards
Overall,
is
it is a
phenomenal.
very nice looking board.
I don't know if they've gotten better
more
on
impressive than the more expensive MSI Pro B650
Gigabyte and piece
Wi-Fi.
boards.
ASRock also offers the B650 PG Lightning for $200.
Yes, right. Look at all this missing real estate, guys, with just nothing fucking on it, and then they don't even add more PCIe slots. Like they could,
as this
and they
is a
don't.
larger ATX board, you get a better PCIe layout, an additional M.2 slot, so 3 in total, with the primary still supporting PCIe 5.0.
To be fair, on a micro ATX board, you're going to lose one of your PCIe slots because of the length of the coolers. Yes, Lane.
But there's also a Type-C.
You're drinking tonight? Good.
The next big upgrade has been made to the VRM. You're getting 14 60 amp power stages, so this board should run very cool, even with the 7950X. ASRock's also included some large VRM heatsinks and a large heatsink for the primary M.2 slot. So overall, this is another solid looking B650 motherboard for around $200 US. Then, the third ASRock motherboard to be included in this roundup is the B650 Pro RS, coming in at $220 US. When compared to the Lightning, the Pro RS features an even larger VRM heatsink, with higher quality thermal pads on the same 14 60 amp power stage V-core. The M.2 port configuration remains the same, so the primary port features a heat spreader and supports PCIe 5.0, while one of the other two is limited to PCIe 4.0 and then the other PCIe 3.0. Oddly though, the USB support has been cut down with just 7 USB 3.2 ports in total, 4 of which can be found on the I/O panel, along with half a dozen of the older USB 2.0 ports. The only real upgrade has been made to the PCIe configuration, which sees the primary and secondary PCIe ports connected to the CPU, but they're still only PCIe 4.0, so it's not really a massive upgrade. We're also looking at basic Realtek ALC 897 audio, no Wi-Fi, and 2.5 gigabit LAN, so based on that, the Lightning does look to be the better deal of these two ASRock motherboards. Okay, time for the Asus boards, and the cheapest model I could find is the Prime B650M-A Wi-Fi for $180 US, but Asus didn't want to sample this board, instead sending the Prime B650M-A Wi-Fi 2. I'm not really sure what the deal is with the second version, nor do I know how much it costs, as it is yet to go on sale in the US or here in Australia, at least at the time of making this video. Therefore, to cover my bases, I purchased the original version, so now I have both. The Prime B650M-A Wi-Fi is a very unimpressive looking motherboard, I have to say, especially $180 US, featuring a single small
$180 is cheap now.
pre-installed I/O cover.
Used to be able to buy $80
does
good
support
motherboards,
PCIe
like
5.0
entry-level
with a
motherboards,
secondary PCIe
and then they went up to like
4.0 ports.
100,
That's
and
pretty nice.
then they
There's
just
half
jumped
a
from like
dozen USB
100-ish
3.2 ports in
to
total with 8 USB 2.0 ports.
180
You get Wi-Fi 6E and
with
2.1 gigabit LAN,
5000
but
series
with
from
just 4 USB
AMD.
3.2 ports on the I/O panel with another 4 USB 2.0 ports, it's a pretty weak offering. But worst of all, by far, is the vCore VRM, or just the VRM in general. The vCore portion is 4 phases using doubled up onsemi 4C10N and 4C06N MOSFETs per phase. So no power stages here, just discrete MOSFETs. And these discrete MOSFETs coupled with the tiny heatsinks are surely going to lead to some very underwhelming thermal results. Then we have the board that ASUS sent, the ASUS Prime B650M-A
with unknown price
Lifetime
tag.
2. And as far as I can tell, this is the same motherboard.
Tonight's tasty
as
beverage?
the
We're just having coffee right
but
now.
with a much larger
With
VRM heatsink.
some
Now, although ASUS
half calf
provided
with
this
some
board about 2 months ago now, it still doesn't seem to be
caramel
on sale. So I don't know how
macchiato
much
in it?
costs.
Creamer?
I also don't know why ASUS made it and why you can't buy it yet. But for now, it does appear to be the VRM Benchmark Edition board, though I'm not sure the heatsink is going to make that much of a difference for such a weak VRM on a $200-ish motherboard. ASUS also has the Prime B650 Plus at $200 US, and this is another B650 motherboard they didn't want to send over for testing, so we also purchased this one.
If you look at Newegg, a lot of the low-end ASUS boards are actually very poorly rated, and they have a lot of issues, which I hope got ironed out, but possibly not.
So there's still no pre-installed I/O shield, a relatively small VRM heatsink.
I don't care about
a
I/O
more
shield.
limited supply of USB ports when compared to competing boards, and worst of all, we're still getting crappy discrete MOSFETs from Vishay this time. So a super unimpressive entry-level lineup here from ASUS. Now, lastly, we have 3 motherboards from Gigabyte, and the cheapest of which
PCIe
is the
slots.
B650M DS3H, which can currently be had for just $155 US, which admittedly still quite a bit of money for entry-level motherboard, but as far as AM5 motherboards go, this thing is dirt cheap and by far the cheapest B650 motherboard. Despite that, though, it is quite a good-looking board that includes large VRM heatsinks and a large M.2 heat spreader that
How much are
PCIe
PCIe to NVMe cards?
In total, there's 2 PCI expansion slots, 2 M.2 slots, 7 USB
$18.
3.2 ports, and 8 USB 2.0 ports, along with 2.5 gigabit LAN. The I/O panel, which
if I wanted to turn a PCIe slot into an NVMe slot, it costs $18.
And then there's an additional 4 USB 2.0 ports. So a similar configuration to many of the $200 to $220-ish.
They're 100% trying to cut down the number of upgrade options, I/O options you can get on modern motherboards by limiting the number of PCIe slots you can have.
This $155 US board should destroy those ASUS models that we just looked at. Overall, an exciting offering here from Gigabyte, especially given the price. I can't wait to see what this thing can do. Next up, we have the B650M Gaming X AX, which costs quite a bit more than the DS3H at $200 US. And for the most part, it's really the same motherboard. It includes the same VRM, so half a dozen 60-amp power stages for the vCore. The M.2 and PCIe configuration is the same. The I/O panel is identical, with the exception of Wi-Fi 6E, which has been added to this board, along with a pre-installed I/O shield. But other than that, they're pretty much the same motherboard, so I struggle to understand why you'd spend roughly 30% more on the Gaming X AX over the DS3H. Then, for $220, we have the ATX version of the Gaming X AX, though this board is quite a bit nicer. The VRM heatsinks have been upgraded. There's an extra M.2 slot, taking the total of 3.
And it doesn't matter. You can, like I said, there's a bunch of options here, guys. M2 slots do not matter. You can get some with even 2 on board and full PCIe 4.0 or 16. You can get a bunch of different options here. It doesn't matter. Look at this. This is X16 PCIe 4.0 to X16 slot.
The VRM, though, has been upgraded with an additional 2 power stages.
There are a lot of options. This is a gimmick by motherboard manufacturers. Gigabyte, I thought, was all right. Your mileage may vary, which is one of the reasons you look at reviews, for instance, and I generally stick to ASUS, but it definitely looks like this generation of ASUS is kind of shit. Like I said, I really like their fan tuning / controls are really good.
VRM thermal testing. I've got some more traditional benchmarks as well, because performance between these various boards does differ, probably more than you'd expect, and we'll get to that shortly.
Wasn't as actually
For testing, I'm using the Gigabyte
when I got
Aorus
my current system, I was
C500
actually
glass
deciding
case
between
with the
Gigabyte and
Gigabyte
Asus, and I actually bought a
PB1000
Gigabyte
power
board and sent
supply,
it back
and for
because I
cooling,
wanted to try it
Gigabyte
out.
Aorus water
And the
force
only reason I sent it back was
F3.0.
because
Gigabyte
the
were
fan
also
control
kind enough
wasn't
to
nearly
send
as
over
good.
their Aorus Gen 4 AIC
And led to a lot of
2
noise when
terabyte
it didn't
model,
need to be.
and this did save me quite a lot of time as I didn't have to remove M.2 covers to install drives. Oh, and for the memory, they also sent over a kit of their 32GB Aorus RGB DDR5 6000 memory. So again,
Gotta start
big
somewhere. I
thank you
mean, a
to
lot of
Gigabyte
people
for
have that
helping
one
us
data
out
point
with
that
this
really
test
sets them
system.
off, right?
Now for recording temperatures,
I will never
I'm
buy
using a
AS
digital
Rock.
thermometer with K-type
Their
thermocouples,
specs tend to look
recording
pretty
the
good, but their
real
firmware is
PCB
horrible.
temperature. Finally, I'm not reporting delta T over ambient. Instead, I maintain a room temperature of 21 degrees. And to ensure a constant ambient temperature, a thermocouple is positioned next to the test system. As for the stress test, I'm using the Ryzen 9 7950X CPU, and then for applying load, Cinebench R32, which was looped for an hour. At which point I'm reporting the maximum PCB temperature, again recorded using K-type thermocouples. Okay, so here's the VRM thermal results, and we have quite a bit to go over. Firstly, all of the
Good job,
results selected
Asus.
in red are a fail, or a technical fail, let's say. The ASRock Riptide, for example, comes out of the box with a 75-degree thermal limit for the CPU, which is effectively a power limit. So although I've included this result, it's technically not valid, as the 7950X was being power limited. The good news though is you can quickly remove this limit in the BIOS, allowing the 7950X to hit the standard TJ max of 95 degrees, and when doing so, the Riptide VRM hits 76 degrees, which is still a very acceptable result. In fact, it's a very good result. So I have no idea why ASRock is power limiting this board out of the box.
ASRock
Absolutely don't need
is
to be.
basically the
Appears to
answer
be a
there.
very capable motherboard. Now, the Asus Prime 2, which I've dubbed the Benchmark Edition, is proving to be just that, with heavy power limits out of the box to ensure the board doesn't hit 100 degrees, like the original version, which peaked at 104 degrees. Now, the Prime
I mean, a board
B650M-A
shouldn't burn out at all,
Wi-Fi and
so.
Prime B650-Plus technically passed our stress tests as the CPU didn't throttle, but the rear side of the PCB did exceed 100 degrees under optimal conditions, meaning the actual VRM components were at least 10 degrees hotter than that. So while they technically worked, at over 100 degrees, we deem that to be a failure, as you wouldn't want to run these components at such high temperatures for extended periods of time, and you wouldn't want to do so in a warm climate because...
I'm going to state that this does seem too hot because it's over 100 Celsius, but at the same time, I will also state that certain components can be designed to run at high temperatures. Just because you as a person do not feel as though this is a good temperature does not mean that they are not capable of running at that temperature. But that's also putting faith in the manufacturer selecting the right components that won't fail under an extended load, because they're usually more expensive to buy something that will run longer at hotter temperatures, basically. And so there's a lot of immediate kickback of, oh, it's too hot, and that really depends on what the components are rated for, determines whether or not these are too hot of temperatures. And AMD has occasionally had series like the Fury, I believe it was, Hawaii? Not Fury, Hawaii? Yeah, I think it's called the Fury card, from AMD, ran, the GPU was just, running at, 110 Celsius just constantly or something. It's something insane. And people were freaking out about it, but they didn't really there wasn't noticeable failures or anything. It just ran that hot because it was designed to run at that temperature. Also thermal throttled occasionally, but you could get a different cooler or turn up your fan speeds, offset that. Not saying it was a success, but rather that high temperatures does not mean it's going to be a failure.
Well, they would run even hotter than what we're showing here and what we consider to be a very optimal configuration in a well-ventilated case in a 21-degree room. But in any case, regardless of where you land on that, with similar priced boards running at below 80 degrees, clearly these Asus boards are a fail. The ASRock B650 Pro RS produced the best result, peaking at just 58
Not buying
degrees, which is fairly
ASRock.
unsurprising given it packs 14 60-amp power stages. Still, we're not looking for the absolute best result here. I do need to stress that, or even the best results. Rather, we're just interested in acceptable results. So anything under 80 degrees is very manageable and will work well under basically all conditions. So that means that almost all of the B650 boards we tested here do tick that box, including the cheapest model, the Gigabyte B650M DS3H. The CPU frequency did dip a little bit on the DS3H, but we're only talking about a 2% reduction when compared to the highest clocked models. Now here's a look at how each board performed after a 10-minute loop. None of these results are particularly shocking, and even the power limited out-of-the-box configurations for a board like the Riptide saw it trail the fastest board by a mere 5% margin. Perhaps the bigger issue though, and it's one that saw me reinstall some of these boards several times, is memory support. Now the purpose of this content was to primarily test VRM thermals, but I ended up spending about 3 times longer messing around with memory issues. Initially, I only got the Gigabyte boards stable with DDR5 6000. MSI eventually sorted out their stability
Outdated
issues
chipset?
with DDR5 6000 CL30 memory.
I know what that
and
means.
They did release a new BIOS revision that addressed those
Generally, you
issues.
don't
At
get your
least they did
chipset
to
drivers
me.
from
I
ASUS.
believe
You get them from your
publicly
manufacturer,
that
Intel
BIOS
or
will be
AMD.
available soon.
If you're looking
The
for your
ASRock
chipset
boards were a bit
driver,
hit and miss when it came to memory compatibility. Oddly, the
generally you
Riptide was
don't buy
good
any.
at
You don't get
DDR5
anything unless you have a
6000
very like it's a
CL30
niche
stuff, but
product.
the Lightning
I
and
don't buy
ProRes
or
both
get any of
failed
the drivers
forcing
from
me
my
to run a
motherboard manufacturer. I get
5600.
them from
Now, the Lightning and
the
ProRes were both
manufacturer of the
tested
chips
with
themselves,
BIOS
Realtek,
version
Intel,
1.11.AS03,
AMD,
which was the latest version available at the time of testing. The Riptide, though, that
Nvidia.
has
Depends if it has
2 more
integrated
BIOS
graphics.
updates, and the latest of which is
C Media.
1.14.AS15, and that worked just fine with the DDR5 6000 CL30 memory. So,
Another
presumably,
one.
ASRock will eventually provide that updated BIOS revision for the rest of the
Ethernet card
B650
manufacturer,
lineup, and
Ethernet
that
chip
will solve the
manufacturer.
memory issues. AMD has also confirmed that ASUS have solved their DDR5 issues and that these 3 models tested here will be receiving an update soon. But of course, we do need to test that and validate for ourselves rather than just take their word for it. For now though, DDR5 5600 is the highest stable memory speed that we could achieve on these more entry-level ASUS B650 motherboards. Now just quickly, before we move on to the gaming benchmarks, here's a look at the Cinebench R23 single core results. Power limits shouldn't really affect this data, but we're still seeing a 4% performance variation between the fastest and slowest boards, though for the most part the margins are within 2%. Now before we jump into the gaming benchmarks, let's quickly skim over the DDR5 memory timings that are applied by each motherboard. Some of these timings are determined by the G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo memory, while others are left up to the motherboard to configure. So there are a
Gigabyte
number
has
of secondary timings that will
lead.
vary from one board to another. To date, I have to say, Gigabyte has been the most aggressive when it comes to these timings, and without any stability concerns, at least on our end, I think it's fair to say they've done the best job. So let's see how that translates into gaming performance. Here we see, depending on the memory timings used and the memory frequency, there can be up to a 9% performance discrepancy between boards. The most dialed in boards come from MSI and Gigabyte, though you have to give Gigabyte credit for nailing memory support from the get-go. MSI has only just recently caught up here, and initially we couldn't get their boards stable past DDR5 5600, so that was very disappointing. So if you own one of these MSI B650 motherboards and are planning on purchasing one, make sure you do update to the latest BIOS, which again at the time of putting this together isn't publicly available yet, but should be soon. As for the ASRock and ASUS boards, they're around 7 to 8% slower than the MSI and Gigabyte models, so that's a bit disappointing, and both companies have some BIOS work ahead of them.
I tend to
Now, the results scale a little
prefer
differently in Watch
ASUS
Dogs
too.
Legion, though you can see a clear trend where the MSI and Gigabyte boards are clearly faster, but the Riptide and its DDR5 6000 memory support is right there this time. Now, something a lot of you have asked me to test is boot times, so I made sure to do that here.
I don't know why
What you're
anyone would
looking
give a
at
shit
here
about
is the
boot
time
times.
it took to hit the Windows desktop from the time I
Oh my
pressed the
god,
power
23
button,
seconds!
and the results are based on a 3-run average. Each time
Like,
starting
are
the
you just
system at
constantly
a
turning your
completely
computer on
power
and off? Why
state.
would it matter?
The
Why would
results are
load
quite
times matter at
surprising.
all?
Typically, I'd expect a DDR5 system to be
I mean,
fairly
there's a
slow,
difference here,
as we've already
but
seen
does it
with
matter?
Intel.
And if it does matter, you use
Gigabyte has
standby.
found a way to load into Windows in well under 30 seconds.
Yay!
From the time you hit the power
Oh my god, I turned down
All
my
3 models
computer and I had to
achieved a
spin my
blistering
chair
fast
twice instead of
23
once.
seconds.
Oh, jeez.
The next best was the ASRock ProRes, which took 37 seconds, around 60% longer than
I've never
Gigabyte
understood this.
boards.
This has been a
Then we have
test
the ASRock PG
for a long
Lightning,
time,
that
by
was
the way.
slower again at 40 seconds,
And
then the
obviously it
PG
matters
Riptide,
with something like a
along with
drive
the ASUS
testing,
boards, which took
but
43
motherboards,
seconds.
and
But
even
all of
then,
those
it's just
boards
kind of
seemed
like a
fast compared to the
status symbol.
53 seconds MSI took. And we saw these same sluggish load times of both the 162 and 163 BIOS revisions. So this is something MSI will have to work on, and it is a disappointing result, especially when compared to the Gigabyte boards.
I
which
turn
will be
on...
twice
Oh,
as
I don't even
fast
turn
to
off
boot
my
up.
computer, so this
So
doesn't
there you
matter
have
to me.
it,
But
a full rundown of the more affordable AMD B650 motherboards. Now to pick a few winners. Without a doubt, the best value offering here is the Gigabyte B650M DS3H. It is a little ripper, that one. At $155 US, there is simply nothing that can compete with it. There's nothing even close to it in price. That said, here in Australia, it is just $10 more affordable
Ripper, huh?
than the ASRock PG Riptide. So depending on what you're after or perhaps what region you live in, either one
There's
of
a
these
lot more
boards
motherboards
could
out there.
be
I was
a
hoping
better
you'd test
deal.
more,
The
but
PG
this is what we
Riptide
got.
packs a more substantial VRM, though thermals were much the same. a PCI 5.0 enabled M.2 slot, more USB 3.2 ports, and Wi-Fi 6E. The disadvantages include the longer boot times, which may or may not affect you, and generally slower gaming performance due to more relaxed secondary memory timings. Both boards are very good options though, so it will come down to pricing in your region,
Micro
and over in
ATX
the US,
guys.
the DS3H looks to be a no-brainer. So if you're after an ATX board, the ASRock PG Lightning is a nice option, as are the slightly more expensive
It only has
MSI
2
Pro
PCI slots.
B650-P Wi-Fi and Gigabyte B650 Gaming X AX boards. Again, it'll come down to pricing in your region, but the Gaming X would be my first choice, mostly because these boards are quite similar in terms of features, but the Gigabyte board just feels more dialed in. Faster boot times and generally better gaming performance would steer me in that direction. Really, the only B650 motherboards that I'd avoid, now and in the future, regardless of any BIOS updates, is sadly all three ASUS models. They're just not very good. Using discrete MOSFETs, even on their $200 US prime B650-Plus was a terrible move, especially when competing boards are packing up to 14 power stages. There's really nothing ASUS can do about these boards now. The VRMs suck, but even that aside, they still have
The
plenty of
tough
work to do if
boards
they wish to
are
match the
start
likes of
at
Gigabyte.
205 here.
Memory support's a mess, performance is a mess, the boot times are slow, admittedly not MSI slow, but they're still a weakness of the ASUS models. Anyway, as I said, even if ASUS were to address all of those issues, there's still the VRM problem, which they can't fix without releasing an entirely new motherboard. So it's a shame to see them fall flat here, and I'm hoping the next tier up from them will have some better boards on offer, and that's something I plan to look at soon. For now, those of you looking at buying one of the more affordable B650 motherboards should have a pretty good idea of where to start, and I certainly hope this video was helpful because it did take weeks of testing, countless rebuilds of test systems, trying different BIOSes, and yeah.
This is where you talk about your total man hours, thousands of man hours.
MSI should
Which
have
just amounts to you running
BIOSes
the
that will be
test bench and then
publicly
including the
available.
test
Possibly
bench's
they'll take
time
videos
because you're
live,
sitting there
hopefully
watching
not
it,
too
obviously.
soon after if that's not the case, but does improve memory support. I've been told that ASUS, where their boards are all here, also new BIOS updates on the way that'll improve memory
I've dealt with my fair
compatibility
share of
with probably the
freelance
whole ASUS B650 range. So
individuals, I guess you could
good
say.
news if that is the case, which
Everyone's time,
will be.
everyone
Anyway,
spends more time
that's it. If you
on
like the video,
everything. They're
please
always
hit the like
busy,
button.
always doing stuff, and always
You can
working.
support work like this and all the
Because
other stuff we do.
I guess
here at
part of the
Overwatch
job is selling
via
yourself,
our
right?
Patreon and Floatplane accounts.
Not to say he doesn't do
So
work.
sign up to
but
either one of those. Get access to our exclusive Discord server for members only. Monthly live stream to myself get together and do that. Behind the scenes content, Q&As, a lot of cool stuff there. So yeah, check it out if you're interested. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host, Steve. See you again next time.
It's I was like 18. Definitely. Edited. 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 You're really, like, if no one responds to you yet, guys, and it's like within like 2 minutes you making a post, you should be allowed to change your post without editing it. Because now I'll just repost it and now it's not edited, so I don't look like a edit Nancy. Which, it is a thing. On some forums, for instance, if you edit within a certain amount of time, it will not include it as edited, especially if no one responds to you. But if someone responds to you, then it'll show up as edited. Because people need to know that, right? Okay. Interesting. Good. Was looking forward to that. Unfortunately, only covered a handful of boards. The really cheap ones, so. Psychedelics, I think we're going to take a look at this tomorrow, maybe. B1M has a new video out. What time is it? This is going to take too long, and there'll be, I'm interested in that. It's on psychedelic mushrooms, I believe. And the medicinal uses, not the recreational medicinal joking uses. Oh my god, big booty, big chainsaw. Struggling to hold that thing up. Good. Definitely India. Racing or just producing? More producing than racing. Where's B1M? I know they have a new video. Thought. I guess, YouTube does not think I want to watch B1M now. Thanks, YouTube. How would I just go here and type B1M and go to their channel? And go to their videos? Huh!
Welcome to the Susa Valley in northern Italy, a picturesque mountain region close to the border with France. Life here is quiet, peaceful, and easygoing, but below ground, one of Europe's biggest construction projects is gathering pace. In just a few years, a massive high-speed railway will pass through here as part of the new Trans-European Transport Network. But there's one little problem standing in the way: a massive mountain range.
Oh no.
To conquer this terrain, construction crews
One of the greatest
are
things
having
about
to
being in
dig
Europe,
deep,
Switzerland
tunneling
fucking
further
loves
than
your tunnels. I mean, the
ever
whole country is
before.
basically mountains.
But the schemes faced heavy opposition and some pretty huge challenges. This is how the world's longest rail tunnel's being built, right through the middle of the Alps.
Uh-huh.
If
Lots
you travel
of
between two of
tunnels
the
in
biggest cities in
Switzerland.
France and Italy, then it might look quite simple at first. They're only
Yeah,
separated
there's a giant
by
mountain
few
range
hundred
between
kilometers.
Switzerland and
But in reality,
Italy. I believe this is Switzerland right here. And there's only a couple routes that go between... Is this the beginning of Italy? I think this is Switzerland. There's only a couple routes that go between Switzerland and Italy. And one, I had to ride a train into Italy. Like, not ride a train as in on the train? Technically on the train, but not in the train. Yeah, so one of the ways to get into Italy was, I'm pretty sure this is Switzerland over here. One of the ways to get into Switzerland? Let's see. Right here. No. Liechtenstein. Oh, and I think it's right here. Oh no, maybe we came in here. Is it? Is it? Yeah, there's only like a handful of ways, because it's all mountains. There's only a handful of ways to get into Italy from Switzerland. I think we went in here.
And I think right here was not finished. This is actually a train. Yeah, and you can actually technically go around it. Is this? When we were over here, I think they might have finished it. They temporarily had a train, and what would happen was you'd get on the train, and you would basically drive onto the train bed, and then it would just funnel you straight through it. Like take a line of cars and just go straight through, like training cars. It was, I've never seen anything like it, but apparently they did that. And they go take you from one point to the other. And I think it was just a temporary solution until they finished their highway here. But it would take you straight through the mountain on a train. Pretty cool shit.
Simple at first. They're only separated by a few hundred kilometers.
Remember Boring Tunnel?
But in reality, the train
probably
takes
boring
around
somewhere.
4 hours to cross the mountains. Much of the long and winding route was constructed centuries ago, and according to some, it no longer meets international standards. The Frejus Tunnel has been around since 1871, but today it's simply not wide enough. There's only a single tube, and the line was built on a slope, so trains are using more energy than they would on a flatter surface.
Because the original lines that uses these passes, like the Brenner, the Simplon, the Gotthard, and the Frejus, are lines that were built in the late 19th, mid-late 19th, early 20th century, and they were built to a different standard and grade. So they were mountain lines. So they have steep grades, and sometimes they are not suitable for modern freight traffic.
And yet, despite its downsides, many people still have a soft spot for this historic piece of infrastructure, which was upgraded for modern trains back in the 2000s. At the time of its unveiling, it became the world's longest rail tunnel, where techniques like pneumatic drilling and dynamite excavation were pioneered. But over time, the line has seen a lot less use, and now it's having to make way for something much bigger. Since 2013, work's been underway on the Trans-European Transport Network, a huge web of new and upgraded transport links all over Europe. There are 9 main routes in total, including the giant ScanMed corridor running all the way from Finland right down to Malta. Now, I know we've covered that already. It's where the Fehmarn Belt Fixed Link and the Brenner Base Tunnel, a 55-kilometre railway through the Alps, are all under construction. But to complete the 3,000-kilometre Mediterranean corridor, which goes from east to west and connects Hungary to Spain, an even larger hole is needed: the Mont-Cenis Base Tunnel. It's the main engineering section of this new rail link between Lyon and Turin, which has been talked about since 1990. At 57.5 kilometres, it will take the title of world's longest single rail tunnel when finished, barely beating Brenner and the Gotthard Base Tunnel, which completed in 2016.
Ooh.
Cleverly called the Lyon-Turin line, it will use modern methods of
Made it slightly longer
to go
just
much
to
deeper
get the
underground
title.
than the current railway,
Maybe.
meaning no uphill
What's an extra
climbs
$1 billion?
and a more direct route. But it also means tunneling through a lot more mountainous rock.
That's the reason it's called a base tunnel, because instead of gaining heights, going out of the valley and trying to get to the shortest point possible to go across the mountain, the steepness of your line has to be very low. Of course, you have to be in the base of the mountain. So your tunnel gets, instead of 13, it gets 50, 55, 60 kilometers, as most of these base tunnels are.
Built for passengers and freight, it'll stretch for over 270 kilometres in total, with 70% of the line in France and the other 30% in Italy. Construction and management of the cross-border section is being handled by the Tunnel Europan Lyon-Turin, or TELT, co-owned by the French and Italian governments. There's a joint approach to the funding too. The whole line is set to cost around $27 billion, with $9 billion going on the main tunnel. 40% of the money is coming from the EU, with Italy putting in 35% and France the remaining 25%. Not only is the new line a key link in the European network, it promises big environmental
Guessing even though France is a longer
Once
portion of it,
operational,
they're
the
paying
railway
less
is
because they
predicted
need
to take
less, is
over
my
1
guess.
million trucks
So it's
off
weighted.
the road, which would reduce CO2 emissions by 3 million tonnes a year.
Italy
Then
needs it
there's
more
the
than France
time
does.
saving. It'll knock 2 hours off the current travel time between the two cities. With the new tunnel, it's fair to say that technology has moved on a bit, but for a lot of the work being done so far, the idea is actually quite similar. To get through areas of particularly hard ground, construction teams are still using the traditional drill and blast approach. This involves a combination of large drilling machines that carve their way through the rock and good old-fashioned explosives. But of course, on a 21st century mega project like this, newer methods are being implemented too, including massive tunnel boring machines or TBMs.
TBMs!
So you cannot really use one only method of excavation. You cannot have a proper knowledge of what's underground because you cannot do this normal coring and sampling you do for like subways, where you just go on the surface, you do some sampling down the ground along the route that your subway will take, that will go like 15-20 meters below the ground. What they do is this like exploratory tunnel, so a lot of this work has been done, and this is to know what's inside. I mean, you have to dig before you dig.
Of the 162 kilometres of underground sections that need to be built overall, including all the access tunnels and shafts, around a fifth have been completed, with much of that construction work done between 2015 and 2019. For a while after that, not
I'm
a
guessing
great
the yellow
deal
lines are
happened,
representations
partly
of
due to
tunnels
pandemic,
leaving.
and it hadn't been
So,
decided
exit
which
points?
companies would be carrying out the remaining work. That was until 2021, when 3 massive contracts were signed, but only in France. Now, the entry portal and the main tunnel are underway. The plan for completing the construction works over in Italy is due to be announced sometime in 2023. On the base tunnel itself, there's quite a long way to go. Only just over 10 kilometres has been completed in one direction on the French side. That was done using a TBM fantastically called Federica, which spent 3 years burrowing through the mountain's most complex geology. Once finished, it was taken apart and removed through one of the shafts that had been built earlier. A further 7 TBMs are going to be used on the rest of the project. Now, to create a tunnel like this, it's not all about digging horizontally. You've got to go upwards a bit too. Why? Well, because you need ventilation, mainly so that the air is breathable and free of smoke if the tunnel needed evacuating. At the Montigny base tunnel, 4 ventilation shafts are being constructed, each 5.2 metres in diameter and 500 metres deep. That's more than the height of Shanghai's World Financial Centre. They're made by drilling a narrow hole from the ground right down into the tunnel, where a special cutting head is then attached. The result is what's called a raise boring machine, which excavates the shaft from the bottom
That's
upwards.
pretty cool.
There's a lot of work to do here, but then it's still early days. The line is set to finish in 2032. Now, if you've watched 1 or 2 of our videos on huge infrastructure projects, you'll know there's usually some kind of opposition, and the Lyon-Turin Railway is absolutely no different.
There's probably
This
some
one
village
really
somewhere
has
that's going
faced
to lose a
a
bunch
lot
of
of backlash over
revenue
time.
if the tunnel gets
In
finished.
Italy, a movement called No TAV has been campaigning against it for decades. Its place of origin? Well, the Susa Valley. TAV stands for Treno Alta Velocita, meaning high-speed train. The group's organised several protests, some involving tens of thousands of people and others sparking clashes with police. They say the line will do too much damage to the land and that the money could be better spent on other services like hospitals. Although changes to the route have been made to address their concerns in the past, many remain firmly against
I
the
mean,
project. There's been resistance.
I've
over
been in Italy
France
before,
too,
and there
with
are some
even the
places that
mayor
are
of
kind of
Lyon
run
calling for
down.
a
I'm not
stop
going
to
to
the
lie.
project.
A lot of the
Opponents have
infrastructure, a lot of the
criticised
bridges are
environmental
very run
impacts,
down. I
believe
remember
funds should
going
be
through one of
redirected
the
towards
raised
existing
areas,
line,
basically off the train I
and
showed you,
paying millions of euros
and it
intended
felt
for rail
actually
infrastructure
unsafe
in the
driving on
region
highway.
has
That's
gone
pretty,
towards roads
yeah,
instead.
it's like a raised,
Despite
super
all
raised
this,
highway,
with support continuing from both governments and the EU, the
and it
project
definitely
is
felt like
pushing
it saw
ahead.
better days.
I think this was a bad political choice to tout this project as a high-speed line, because it is not really. As much as I think that there is a market for high speed between Italy and France, it's not as big to justify a whole-based tunnel. But if it's like it was done in Switzerland, the Gotthard-based tunnel was not done for the 2-3 passenger trains per hour that they used it, but for the hundreds of freight trains per day that use it to go from northern Italy to Germany and reverse.
Yes, it may have come under more pressure than normal, even for a high-speed railway, but the Lyon-Turin line is now picking up speed. And let's hope it's not another couple of decades before it completes. Promising lower carbon travel and trade, and providing a missing piece of Europe's transport puzzle, there are plenty of positives for both countries and the wider continent. The communities caught in the middle might not agree, but as a construction project, you probably won't find many more impressive or ambitious. You can learn more about this new mountain railway and the other topics on our channel over on the World's Best Construction Podcast.
Love the B1M,
available
guys.
now wherever you get your podcasts. And as always, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video
I do.
channel for
I love the
construction,
definitive B1M.
make sure you subscribe to the B1M.
B1M is fantastic. 22nd. All right, let's do an upload here. Yeah. Okay. Move on to the Reddits, guys. Okay. Bye. I got a sore fingy, guys. Try not to. Right on the edge. It's right on the edge you used to type on, too. Very obnoxious. Two. Yeah. Alrighty. Let's see what's going on in the Reddits, guys. Patch notes, we can look at that already. Oh, we got some lovely mail. What do we have here? Lovely mail. Uh-huh. Well, probably not. Simulated 7800 X3D. The chips they're using for the 7000 series are probably, well, they are different than 7800. Unless they use little bend models for the 7800 too, which I guess they aren't. I'm guessing they aren't going to. People keep saying simulated. I don't know if this is a guy following me around or not. Other guy saying simulated. I don't know, I guess there must be a streamer or a tuber that's pushing that. Jesus statue on Priso deflects projectiles are shot at with an invisible barrier. Huh. That's interesting. Rework Cassidy's magnetic grenade to find May anywhere on the map. Immediately eliminate her. I think they should buff Ramada. He's not tanky enough. He does alright. He's not super horrible. Not every character needs to be S tier, and I'd arguably say S tier shouldn't even exist. That means it's just that much ahead of every other character in the game. I think A tier is where arguably you want to be with in any game. If you have S tier, that probably means they're that much higher than everything else, and they shouldn't be. Depends on what you consider S tier. That being said, you could also make a point of having S tier being like something that rotates, like what's OP in seasons, right? Rotates through. If this rework was badly handled, yeah, you should never have been a tank in the first place, but that's after or much prior to the rework. The rework was of him being a tank. CPZ benchmark screenshots leaked. Oh my god. Really hope this isn't one of those things where I have to buy a 7950X 3D. I think it's supposed to be an $800 processor. That's a lot of money. That again, the 4090 is $1,600. That's a lot of fucking money too. We are edging. We're getting to the precipice of that's a lot of money, and after that point, we're to the point of, hey, why am I spending this much money? Sort of ordeal, which is where video cards are right now. High efficiency mode. High efficiency mode allows tighter timings and better DDR5 memory performance. That's probably trying to deal with subtiming optimizations. That is basically subtiming optimizations built into their BIOSes. I guess there's like a secondary BIOS on the BIOS, by the way. It's like a BIOS in a BIOS. Yeah, it's kind of weird that this already isn't done, by the way. When you do XMP and DOCP, which is the AMD equivalent of XMP, when you use the XMP profile, it's like written onto the chips themselves on a little piece of memory on it. However, you can read directly from the chips and see what what chips they are, and then apply a profile to it. That's what you do for subtiming optimizations, unless you get really technical. Basically, it involves you just reading the timings from, like, was it Typhoon Booster or something? Here's a name for it. Where you read the memory timings with. Tool you read the memory timings with. This chipset driver adds 3D V-cache optimization. Representative. I had an extra IT in there. Just download a different Windows power profile, and it'll fix everything. Uh-huh. Launch the X3D is spinning up, guys. Getting a lot of little news snippets here. The benchmarks are on the 27th. The launch is on the 28th, so like 3 days away. X3D supply. Dead by Daylight Reddit. So I'm thinking of turning off this memory thing. It seems like it just makes things like I don't need to. It doesn't save that much memory, and at the same time, it just makes everything load slower. Corruption is saved. Turns to 10% of generates total progress instead of current progress. Okay. Corruption got nerfed. The community in Dead by Daylight finally beat it to death. Good for them. Now they're complaining about SCBFL. Apparently, they're now complaining about SCBFL. Surprise! It's just a moving baseline. It's moving goalposts. It's not necessarily because Eruption was too bad. It's rather because they don't have anything to bitch about. And that's the new kid on the block after they nursed nerf. I haven't looked at Thrilling Tremors. Thrilling Tremors, I believe, is the one where they vault a window and you get to see like 40 meters away or something. Let's see if my memory serves me. No. If picking up a survivor, all generators not being repaired by survivors or blocked by the entity cannot be repaired for the next 16 seconds. Second cooldown. Nerfed, yeah. She got fucked in the ass. Pretty hard. She's still alright, but she's not as good as she used to be. Got all of her add-ons nerfed. And then her basic attack nerfed. Alrighty, guys. Let's move along. We're going to do some tweaking here tonight. We're going to get a couple baseline games in first. That happens, I'm going to go wash my coffee cup out, guys. Be right back. 1 second, and I'm going to grab a soda. Alrighty. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of under the weather right now, guys. I had a lot of shit that happened in the last 24 hours, as I mentioned. In addition to a giant snowstorm that just went through Wisconsin. I'm sure you guys heard about. Basically all over the news, right? Take the night off. That's not the way this works, Bendy. How will you take the night off, huh? Also, I took yesterday off. You didn't even notice. You didn't even notice. Mm-hmm. Like cheese, yeah. I mean, most people like cheese, I think, for the most part, unless you're lactose. Birds. Alrighty. What do I want to change tonight? I think I want to try... I've turned Hags off before, and it felt really bad. But we're going to do that, and I'm going to turn MSI mode on. There's a post I read on the forums that basically you have to do both at the same time. I only did one. Gotta love when there's two things that
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway.
interact with each other and you don't realize it. Once again, I wish I had a Lancy Analyzer, which I will when I get a better modder. I want to see the, just out of curiosity, I want to see the overall chain. I don't just want to see the input delay to the game. I want to see the chain to when I fire my projectile in the game. Because it feels an awful lot like this game, even if the input delay is fine, that this game, like, there's something wrong with the netcode, and that would show it. But yeah, am I going to get a, you were unable to join the server? This is still in the game. This is why work from home is ending, guys. People can say what they want about, oh, Blizzard doesn't know what they're doing, tee. The fucking management is horrible. They're ending our favorite thing where we just sit in slippers and sip from our Hello Kitty mugs. Oh, no. Yeah, meanwhile, this AAA company, by the way, this happens. Reason work from home's ending. I mentioned before, I'm not completely against people working from home. I don't think it's actually bad. There's a lot of people that aren't capable of working from home, though. And I think that is a sad realization, is some people just are not cut out to work from home. They need someone breathing down their neck, or they need to have motivation from the rest of the team. If they don't have it, it really messes with their productivity.
Strike from above. Up and away. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
And I still have more snow to plow in the morning, too. I have to take care of after I'm done streaming. That's alright, because my day doesn't usually end until like 9, so... God, he just juked around my missiles. Another one? Oh. We're going to restart my game. Last time this happened, when I restarted, it seemed to have fixed it. Let's try that. Not be happening, guys. This is currently happening. It should not happen. Server just broke tonight. Last time this happened when I restarted my game, it actually fixed it. Ah, I'm on the good old European training range. Oh yeah, look at that, 140 MS. Because I really want to train in Europe. Well, work from home's ending, guys. Been a thing for a while, by the way. And I can just rejoin the training range and it'll fix it.
Multiple hits confirmed.
Hey! Restarting seems to help a lot. Why? I don't know. Good question.
Select your hero.
Good fucking question, guys. Good. Good.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Save my key press. No! He was one. My shot didn't go off. I had to type again, or I had to hit it again. I haven't booped him back, so you get fucked up. Whoop. They have gone much more accurate now. That's kind of weird. We're gonna get tapped here again? Yeah. Our friend the Ash has just gotten a lot more accurate. She just fucking shot at air the moment my chest went behind the wall. Huh.
Positioning underway.
Yeah, and she just headshot me. Pretty sure the Ash is cheating. Like I said, I don't know why it is. It's like 1 to 2 minutes into the match is when they toggle. Hi, boss. We need to line of sight to the Ash pretty hard. Yeah. Definitely just gonna one-tap me. Two-tap me, excuse me. Alright. Yeah, now she's trying to do pop shots at me. The Ash is definitely cheating. You just missed 2 shots, though. Ashes and McCree's do have hit reg issues, though. So. Got her.
Forgot your parachute.
I'm exposed for too long, I'm definitely going to get 2 or 3 tap. Ever since she got a little bit more accurate earlier in the match, we got to spend less time now peeking. Yeah, now she's going to fucking throw some dynamite on me. No. Good timing.
Returning to battle.
She'd miss one in there.
Taking off.
It's like she hits her first shot like every single fucking time, but the consequent shots miss. Like when she first aims at me, she'll hit her first shot and then all the ones after it miss. Or not miss, but it's like there's a chance to miss. But the first shot hits. That was on. That was on. The 2 misses after that were on. They just missed. Fuck off, dude. Really doesn't matter. Now hitting shots.
Always more to learn.
And by the way, despite me not having a limbs, man. Bob. And headshot again. And body shot. Not waiting.
Making another approach.
So, you definitely, if you want to survive in the game, you either have to toggle on and off to avoid stat banning, or you have to have your aimbot basically miss. And it seems an awful lot like it's programmed to miss. Either that or has a minimum lock-on, which could be part of it. Direction you want to go. Oh. It's like first shot hits, and then subsequent shots, it's like 1 out of 5 hit. There's miss again, second shot miss. First shot hit.
The skies await.
Suck my dick, dude.
Hey, why isn't the payload en route?
Lily have the most damage on the team still. And headshot. This guy could not hit any shots earlier, by the way, so it was like 5 minutes in. Yeah, he toggled too. That guy couldn't hit shots for the first, what, 5 minutes of the match? And by the way, if they can headshot me, they can headshot literally fucking anyone, so... it's not indicative of Pharah. And 2-tap.
Let's show him some air power.
First shot seems like it's almost always a headshot, too. Hit again. That wasn't a headshot, though. It wasn't Widow. It was like 5 minutes in. It wasn't after the first point, or the second point. It was after the second point capture. That's when we toggle. Good.
I knew I could count on. Let the kitsune.
Oh my god! Wait for it.
Play of the game.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron. Okay, so putting aside the fact these guys are dumbasses and they don't understand that people cheat in games, we definitely had this guy toggled on after the first 2 minutes of the match. Uh... 30% of shots. Okay, and then the Widow toggled on, I'd say after the first point capture. It wasn't even that, it was longer than that. It was like maybe a minute after first point capture. game. So first game of the night, guys, and we already got cheaters. Good shit. That's a good call. That's good, start to the evening. I'm enjoying it. Good for them. And by the way, it was pretty obvious because when we were flying over the top of the building, if you guys remember, when I was sitting on the top of the building and both those guys couldn't hit shit on me, yeah, was it just because there was a building there? I don't know, but it seems an awful lot like those guys got very different. Very, very different at set intervals in that match. And the Widow especially went from basically being absolutely terrible to, hey, I hit every fucking shot, including headshots on you. Good for them. Good for them. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ash was very obvious immediately. The bridge was a telling sign there, so aimbots will usually detach when you go behind walls, because obviously it's really obvious if it just stays stuck to your chest when you're behind the wall. And oftentimes their aim will just fly all over the place, but they're holding down the trigger because they're basically bad at the game, and they'll just shoot air just randomly off to the side, like they'll detach and go all over to try to put in the...
I think I can make this worth my time.
report, but not enough space. Yeah, basically we punched in their shit on the first point, and then they toggled on. And then they toggled on, the second guy toggled on because we actually had a chance of winning. And I guess they didn't want a no-good Farah to win or something. I don't actually know what happened there. Farah is an absolute hate magnet. He's missing a lot of shots. You think this is going to change? And I lost my pocket the moment the other player started complaining about me. What? You didn't have your... Okay. Not that I was doing bad, by the way. I still ended up with the most damage on the team at the end of all that, even while getting focused. Farah is a fucking hate magnet, guys. Absolute hate magnet. Cheater bit.
Excellent teamwork. Was there any doubt?
Is that water? Yes, water. Got. Now we want to kill. My plan was to kill the hamster or force him off the point, and then to
I don't want to talk about
kill the mines with my Q. Whatever is left. Mercia? Hey day. Any day.
positioning underway.
Me too, Farah. Farah is not a counter to Farah. Anna, however, just shitting on my dick. Especially when she doesn't miss. Do we got a toggle? Let's find out.
Skies await.
That's not where I wanted to hit it. Guy just having a pissing contest with me. Fuck out of here. Gonna get rezzed. Farah's back for pissing again. Yep. 130. You know. It's like one of the problems, guys. Like Pharah isn't counter to Pharah, but they just try to have a pissing contest with me, which means you can't pay attention to the stuff that actually kills you, which is a pain in the ass, guys. This guy does not fucking miss at all. Aw. We gotta kill the Ana. It also looks like he's cheating. Good. We'll see. As I mentioned, it's like the most annoying thing, guys, when people are playing Pharah 2 is they actually think Pharah is good against Pharah, which she isn't, unless you're really close. At that point, basically, the enemy team can shoot you. Or vice versa, the other Pharah is overextended. But they just take a significant amount of your time up, because you have to start shooting at them to deter them from shooting at you, because otherwise they have a pissing contest with you and think they're winning. Which just means they're just going to keep firing missiles at you till you die. Even though they're basically doing nothing on their team. It doesn't matter to them. Sadly. And then I can't pay attention to the McCree and the Ana, which are actually killing me right now. Especially the Ana. That. And once again, the Ana shot me. Good.
Let's show him some air power. On the move.
I'm gonna find the Ana. There she is. Did I get her? Yep. She's gonna hit every single one of her fucking shots, so I need to basically kill her no matter what before that happens. Whether or not I die or not doesn't even matter. Because she's gonna hit every single one of her shots at me, so. Like I said, it's every fucking one of her shots. Again, I can't fuck around with the goddamn fucking Pharah. Too bad we don't have someone on our team like this Ana or the McCree that insta-kills me.
Shake it off.
Too bad, guys. Saved by the Mercy. And then killed once again by the McCree and the Ana. Very certain Ana's cheating, by the way. I don't know about the McCree yet.
Making another approach. On the move. I will not waste this opportunity.
She's gonna get res now. Yep. And this guy's just following my dick around wherever I go, so.
The skies await. Repositioning.
Oh. Now we have to wait for the Mercy. Once again, they insta-kill me. They don't miss. Tried to shoot me through the platform, then a hit reg, and then shot me.
Always more to learn.
Pretty sure the McCree's cheating as well. Where's the... there she is. And the Mercy's baby and the Anna whenever I shoot at her. Not miss.
You're powered up. Get it. I don't stay down.
Good. Alright, next game. Alright, and reports. Anna was definitely cheating. She toggled on halfway into round 1.
Play of the game.
Okay, and then McCree is also cheating. He also toggled on basically the same time that Anna did. And this pissing contest with this fucker, just annoying as shit. Game. So we're 2 for 2, guys. First 2 games of the night, guys. We have 2 cheaters in both. And they immediately start completely different at the beginning of the match versus what happened at the end there. Putting aside the pissing contest with the Farah, both those guys started cheating after basically we shit on their team. As I mentioned, Farah is 100% cheater bait. Same thing as a hate magnet. Oh, people fucking hate her.
Strike from above.
No one expected the Roman Empire to fall.
Your mom fell for me. Oh my god.
Objective house in 30 seconds.
Soldier's on the left? I thought it was a soldier. I'm pretty sure it was a soldier shooting me. Yeah. And railgun to the face. Oh, look, crit modifier on the railgun. Lovely. Yeah.
Over here. Okay, my head's in the game. Establishing area position.
They have superior numbers.
They're moving the barricade. 3 hits confirmed.
What's our team doing? Make it. I think I could have went in the house. There's a window there I could have went in.
Coming off the bench.
Sometimes it's tough to tell if it's going to land in front or behind a wall. Which, I mean, is the point, right? rip tire.
No one can
God.
hide from my sight.
Walls aren't broken. Get rid of that safety.
Rains from above.
Oh,
Execution. Increasing altitude.
Proceed with me.
yeah. Alright. You guys want to jerk off over there? You can. Yep. If she's going around to do that, so probably a pre-made.
The skies await. Positioning.
Yep. And he's got a tank that's racing me down.
I don't stay down.
I haven't been pushing the cart anymore. He was just following my dick. What?
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. I look after my own.
Good.
Let's show them some.
Uh-huh.
Let them push any further. Up and away.
Oh. That is the Junkrat. And he possibly is cheating. Okay. Well, that's a good sign. Apparently he got pissy that I took away his ultimate.
Enemy in sight.
Uh-huh. Like literally just went over there just to kill me and then died. Oh, I didn't block. Sick. Sometimes people just, it just looks really weird, right? It's when it turns into a trend, like an Ana that doesn't miss the entire fucking match. For like 5 kills, 6 kills, not a single miss. Yeah. Missing. And almost went behind the bus. Felt like it was behind the bus.
Systems nominal. Positioning.
We're
They've taken the
outnumbered.
robot.
Be careful. G'day, mate.
Up and away.
Ash is missing. Oh, that's mine. Ash didn't miss. The misses we're seeing could be hit reg too.
I don't stay down.
Which, if that's the case, it means the guy's not actually missing.
Aerial position.
Nanoboost administered.
Thanks for the upgrade.
Not exactly sure how that, No, that hit him. Including the concussion didn't actually hit him. Huh. Okay. Just for me. Yep. No longer point them out. Good.
Breaking them down. Let's show them some air power.
Should have queued when I went around the corner on those guys too, and I didn't.
Moving the barricade.
Kind of slow, cause under the weather, guys. That'll happen.
Team is close to taking the lead.
Fuck off. How the fuck am I not hitting this guy? Oh my god. Turn on eye bleed mode.
The skies await. I have a new plan this time.
I whiffed every single one of my shots in there. Dash. Can we make it to the medkit in time? Good. Matter.
Always more to
Pretty sure I didn't shoot myself.
increasing altitude.
Don't touch the point. Good. And most damage on the team while getting focused. So, I believe the
Play of the game.
that wasn't a guy on my team, by the way. By the way, people will bitch at you to swap off Pharah on the enemy team because they know they can only stay toggled for so long. So if they're cheating, they want you to get off the character as fast as possible so that they don't need to cheat as long or as hard. So they'll complain about it. I didn't put two and two together until later on. That's something that I've experienced. I've had maybe for every person on my team that complains, there's probably maybe 5 people on an enemy team that will complain. Like we had one person earlier tonight, I think. And we had guys in last stream, and there's another one tonight that was on the enemy team. That wasn't on our team. Let's see. So who swapped to who? I said that Ash was cheating. I think this is the guy with Genji at the end.
Concealed. Ready for battle.
And this is why work from home has ended. This guy is the Ash as well. I don't normally go through replays. I'm actually kind of curious, as I mentioned, with the Ash.
Arriving at concealed.
Because we weren't getting kill cams.
Ready for battle.
was after I killed her on Junkrat. Which is, you know, you get your good old Eagle Tago. Is that the guy that bitched at the end too? I don't remember which bitch to me is. Either one of the DPS.
It's our turn. Let's push forward.
I saw that. Not bad.
You got the walls. He just looked at me through the wall. He's definitely cheating. Where's the one where he killed me on the underpass?
This town just ain't big enough. Hey, how y'all doing?
Hi. How's it going, dude? Sounds like you meant someone to see that. Cheating. He pre-aims through walls and tracks people through walls. Yeah, he's looking for me to come underneath. So this guy is definitely cheating after he swapped to... like, tried to look normal at the beginning of that after he swapped to Ash. Surprise, guys, we got another one. And I don't even think that was the guy that, I think the Sojourn is the one that actually scored the most on the match. Outscored everyone else. Got another cheater! Yay! Good.
Strike from above.
And by the way, we couldn't figure that out. I saw that one where he went under the bridge and he's following me under the bridge before I came out and he was looking directly at my spot. But I was like, eh! You know, it's just like one of those things, which is why I decided to go and look at him. And then we definitely had a couple misses in there, but I'm pretty sure those misses were just hit registration issues. They weren't actual intentional misses. The game just didn't register the hit. So. Surprise. Oh, look. Failed to connect the server. Start a game. Seems to be an issue. Fun, fun, fun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Thursday night / Friday morning, guys. Good. Uh-huh.
Welcome to Esperanza.
What? Game feels squirrely, guys. I don't know why. But then again, my processor's dying, so who knows? Actually dying, not dying as in I think it's dying. In the midst of its death throes. Pharaoh. Yeah, bye. Hmm.
They'd have to try harder than that. Concussive out. We're taking the robot.
How are you still alive? There we go. Good. I think after this game we're gonna do some tweaks here, guys. Got an idea of what I want to try tonight.
Stay down.
Not that we're doing phenomenally well tonight, putting aside the cheating. Like, my aim's not even on tonight, so.
Enemy in sight.
And say don't know me.
Aerial positioning underway.
Wow.
Forward spawn.
I still don't really understand. Oh my god. Like 3 of those were headshots.
Returning to battle.
Shooting myself with a missile is you take like quarter damage when you shoot yourself with a missile, even though it sucks. 3. Okay.
They're pushing the
Goose stepping. Reason.
Enemy here.
My head's in the game.
Helping you out.
On the move. Watch out for this one. They're taking our lead. Stop them. Blast it. Just
Oh.
rains from above. Got one here.
Mercy wants that res. No.
I knew I could count on
I could really use some heals right now. I had to abandon killing a Zen, which is relatively easy because I had 40 health. Oh, he can do whatever he wants back there. Bye. Ah,
Forward spawn.
Over there.
barricade is pushing forward.
It's in them in.
free. Wants to aimbot grenade me. Aw. I wonder if it shows like the Lancy indicators on the left side there when you're watching a kill cam, if it's you or it's the enemy that has Lancy indicators. Kind of interesting if it's the enemy. That'd be neat. You win. Hey. Meant for me? That was definitely not meant for me.
I don't stay down.
Give them hell. Forward spawn.
Repositioning.
Now Zen thinks the reason I stopped chasing him was because I was afraid of him. Yay, morale boost.
Dispersing.
Off. He's being more aggressive because of it.
Watch here. Just rains.
Not to play.
Enemy over here. The robot has been secured.
Might be cheating, actually. orb.
Careful.
Let's show him some air power.
Debuff gives you line of sight.
Repositioning.
Good.
They've taken the robot.
Earlier on Bastion, you might not have been even aiming at Bastion. He was waiting for me to come around the corner for him. But I thought he was aiming at Bastion because Bastion was right there.
Forward spawn active.
Barricade on the move.
Over there. Over here.
Apparently, I need to be countered. Okay. Healer's doing damage instead of healing. Neat. Ah, that's the Cheaty McCree from last match, wasn't it? 2 matches ago? 3 matches ago? Not playing McCree though.
Everyone follow me.
Enemy here.
Approaching.
I don't know if that's actually someone doing that or if the game does that to emphasize a ping that you make. I've had a lot of people that'll ping right after I ping something. I don't know why. Fucking Zarya's paying more attention to me than the healers are. That is a Zen.
Enemy here.
Destination.
Establishing aerial position. Group up here.
Okay. Bye.
Rains from above.
Down a tank. Once he gets in here and get res. Might happen. He died. That is the Zen, and he does not miss shots as Anna.
Robot is ours. Let's go.
Yeah, I think he's cheating. So this is Zen, as I mentioned. I was like, nah, he's not cheating. He does not miss. Fucking Tracer needs to fuck off. Like, of all characters you could pick, who is that? Of all characters you could pick, why would you pick Tracer to fucking shoot me at max range with your little miniguns? Why would you do that? Why would you ever pick Tracer to do that?
Establishing aerial position.
Anna's not missing, Anna's not missing.
30 seconds.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Who the fuck are our healers? He got healed. And they stopped healing me. He's definitely cheating, but he's not playing a hit scan anymore. As you can see by his aim locked to me as I'm concussioning away behind the wall. Yeah.
Stay with the robot. We're almost there. Box power.
If we stop them, victory's ours.
Alright. So I'm going to change my stance on the Zen cheating to him actually cheating at the end of the match, and Anna was easier to see. Zen less so. I thought he was just shooting at random shit. He wasn't. He's actually cheating. It's like fucking 2 per match tonight. What the fuck's going on here? I have no idea why people don't play Zarya more. Like, I don't feel as though she's nerfed into the ground. Like, she isn't as OP as she was before, but she's not really bad either. And she's a very aggressive tank. Meaning she can push, and if she's left alone, which a lot of tanks will do, she can create a lot of damage. That was a McCree, I'm pretty sure, from one of her earlier games. And the Zen's also cheating. All right, let's do some tweaking here real quick. Tweakity tweaks. Let's before I restart. Their accuracy. Computer games are going to suppress accuracy to begin with. 4012. All right. Time to reboot. Rebooting. Happening, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back and grab water too. 1 second, guys. Okay, guys. After restart again. Sound card didn't turn on properly for whatever reason. Something in the background. Mm-hmm. There we go. Lovely. Lovely music. Mm-hmm. Go. On to the OWs. Again. Alrighty. Ah, look at that. Practice range, priority queue, guys. I don't want you occupying those servers.
Select your hero.
Huh. Alright, let's see how our accuracy functions tonight. Last time I turned off Haze, it was a shit show. It dropped my accuracy by like 10%, which is obviously not acceptable. Also seemed like it worked better with full screen optimizations on Sable. Full screen optimizations on.
I'm eager to see what problems we encounter on this mission.
ICR mode is off.
5, 4,
Alright. Anna's very accurate. They really need to get rid of that delay whenever you, fuck Anna's dumbass. I guess we gotta kill Anna. Tighten your anus. No way. No way that isn't a legit player. No way. We'll see, though. Just W keys you down. Mm-hmm.
I don't stay down.
Sorry.
I don't know what to do when Diva's doing stuff like that. Maybe she's supposed to drop to the ground?
Do not allow the enemy to proceed.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Good. Missed.
The enemy has taken the lead.
Okay, Zarya.
Making another approach.
Over there.
Taking to the air. Sorry about that.
You can keep doing that all you want. Fine with me. Whoop! Soldier is very, very accurate. And he's cheating. You can see the aim basically detached when he went behind the mech and it flew all over the place. Feels some goose stepping now because he has a confidence boost. Playing stupid. And free res.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Hit reg issues. We saw earlier. It looks like Anna has hit reg issues. Even though her aim's on, it looks like they're even connecting with me on the primary cam, but they aren't on the side cam. Okay, Mercy. Am I gonna die again? So both Anna and the soldier are cheating. Good stuff. Alright. Anna. Surprise?
Play of the game.
And the soldier's definitely cheating. Was he originally soldier? Yeah, that's pretty easy to see. At the post, like my third to last death to that guy, second to last death to him. More cheating. Fuck yeah. How's your night going, guys? Basically that. And you could potentially play a different character and just depend on their goodwill to toggle off. Look at this shit. Depend on their goodwill to toggle off. But, yeah, they're cheating in the first place, so. Jesus Christ. There is 100% cheater bait. And that's putting aside whether or not the people don't recognize me. Not necessarily as a streamer, but as a person that just plays Farah. And, oh, failed to connect to server. Good. And as such, yeah. Harass me regardless. Just toggle on regardless, because they know I play Farah normally. Which I have seen happen when I play Mei or Symmetra, but not usually. Start. Usually fixes it. Something's going on there. Good.
Strike from above.
Arriving at Coliseum.
Works.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Meh, 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 meh. Good. Hope you guys' evening is going well, guys. Happy Third Fry. You're in the north. Hope you didn't end up in a ditch. Apparently, San Francisco, Los Angeles is under snow watch, blizzard watch, in the first time in like 50 years, I heard.
5, 4,
Secondhand information. I didn't read the article on that though. Fired. Nothing came out. You stepping? No, not yet. They don't want to hold the first push.
Robots pushing. They got the robot.
So first minute.
Returning to battle.
Fucking Christ.
On the move.
I actually think, like, based on the amount of fucking, you know, obviously part of it's playing Farah.
We lost the lead.
He's definitely fucking cheating. The amount I play Farah, it does make me wonder if because I report people, I'm actually more likely, like, it puts me in games with them to see, like, it's trying to reach a consensus or something, only there's no actual reward for doing so. It's not prestigious at all. I'm just slowly throwing in games with cheaters because I might or might not report them. That seems like something Blizzard would do if they're trying to,
Taking off. We're ahead. Nice.
decentralize their cheat detection. In a game like Counter-Strike, though, it's more of a prestigious thing because you can show it to people if you're doing Overwatch.
Messy, but we got it done. I see enemy. Splash.
I could hear his angry footsteps coming for me. The heavy breathing through the wall. He's like, Farah, 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 I'm a hit skin. You're a projectile hero. You die because I exist. Farah. God. Huh? He came directly for me. He gave no shits about those enemies, my teammates, between him and me. He just wanted to kill me. I'm line of sighting on Narissa right now, by the way. Alright, next to the healers, guys.
Always more to learn. Aerial positioning.
Actually not looking too good. Damage isn't really looking that good either. Feels like I'm shooting them. Feels like the missiles are going into them, like when there's that big glob there and for some reason I'm not doing damage to any of them. Alright. Made it back just in time to die. I'm gonna make it. Need to land the initial burst on him, and I didn't. And I got hit by all three of those guys at exactly the same moment.
I don't want to talk about it.
Good.
En route. The enemy has claimed the robot. Taking to the air. System repair.
What? Was that on me? Was it auto cleanse we just saw? There's no way. Auto cleanse is definitely a thing on Kiriko's, and it respawns a concussion missile. You'll see the weirdest shit sometimes where they'll cleanse and there's no indication that they should cleanse in the first place, and it just based off your concussion missile is the only indicator. And it's like there's no way that guy was paying attention to me off the side while he's trying to min-max that side area. I think we're going to take a look at the replay, guys, and after the end of this match, I want to see if that Kiriko responded to my missile or not. More of a confirmation.
I don't stay
Not.
down.
If that's a reply or a response to me, definitely reporting.
Repositioning.
The robot is ours.
In a relatively normal match, all things considered. Which is also why we aren't doing terrible. First, dude.
Forward spawn active.
Enemy here.
I require healing.
Come take
Fucking-
our heals. We need that robot
Okay,
back.
I just wasted a shitload of... Fuck off, bitch. I literally just wasted a push with my teammates to help her, and she just decided she wasn't going to teleport. Yeah. Alright.
Enemy over here. Escorting the
Free is very accurate. He also misses, though.
rains from above. Ah, damn it.
Forward spawn activated. Approaching final destination.
It's go time. Taking off. Repositioning.
Me too fair, I just saw.
2 minutes remaining.
Threat detected.
Okay, my head's in the game.
It's not... She heard the footstep, but then she snapped to me behind the wall. So, okay. Putting aside the aim.
Group up here.
Approaching the final destination.
Talk about
Yeah.
danger close.
And then I just took one punch and died. Good. That's voice comms.
Let's show them some air power. They've taken the robot.
Approaching the final destination.
Aerial positioning underway.
60 seconds remaining.
My 1% looks better, though. Okay, dude. That doesn't matter if my input lance gets horrid. Late on that, Lucio. Guess our tank just decided to wait everything out.
The skies await.
Close ranks and hold the line. It's go time.
En route.
10 seconds.
I'm on fire.
Let the kitsune guide you. Taking to the air.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Play of the game.
Alright. Got Sombra. I mean, that being said, they probably would have won that fight where we're on the ground there if they had an aimbot. However, people toggle. The big giveaway, though, is you will never become omniscient at games. No matter how much Overwatch League has taught you guys, they're always looking at people through walls. You never become omniscient. Your third eye Jigan never opens, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, can you directly spot people behind walls. Weird, huh? Unless you have infravision, obviously. Okay, and what I wanted to look at here is... It's pretty rare to get a cheating Kiriko. We have definitely seen auto cleanse and more than one Kiriko, though. Let's see, where was it? Right about here. Further. Far.
I'll find my own path.
Back. Right here. That was an auto cleanse. Pretty sure it might have been to protect the Ana. No, shit wasn't on her screen as an auto cleanse. So, what you can see here, she's fine on health, so it wasn't necessarily because she was low on health, and it was when she was behind the wall, which makes even less sense. This is auto cleanse, by the way. Like, if you look at this is in response to my concussion missile. There's no way she's paying attention to me, by the way. I'm over there on the side, and this is around the side of a wall that hit literally right here behind their entire group. So watch this. By the way, this shows you guys, I never suspected this Kiriko was cheating up till this point, by the way. It shows you how, like, it's just, if this must be an option that's just turned on for Kiriko cheats for a very specific cheat vendor has this turned on. But we've definitely seen this on more than one occasion. She's not paying attention to me. There's no way that this guy could have predicted that concussion missile coming in. Watch this. And she's behind the wall when she cleanses, too. Like, you know, it makes sense right here. It happens behind the wall. Right as my concussion missile is about to hit. This is at 549. Right there. 549. And let's see. Not in response to my concussion missile that was late. But that was a health thing. So something you also have to be aware of is, this doesn't always happen this way. Something you have to be aware of is, obviously, she still has health, so she was just watching for her health and just used it. Occasionally, you'll see this when they're running away, and there's no indicator, like nothing shooting at them right before my concussion missile hits. This is why we're looking at the replay, by the way. Right before my concussion missile hits, you'll see them use their cleanse, and it wasn't behind them, it was right here. So that doesn't make sense. Thought it was in response to this, it wasn't. So, no, Kiriko's fine. Sombra, however, was not. That's particularly why I looked at the replay. Because in-game it seemed like that was a response to that, but it wasn't. Because I have seen auto cleanse before. Good, good, good. Hey, look, guys, failed to connect to the server. Try again. Should Google this. Last week. Swapping to a different DNS. There you go.
Welcome to Oasis. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
See if my aim is shit again.
Strike from above.
Not as quick as I used to be, but I'm still the fastest gun in the
Not the only one
West.
experiencing it. I'm not seeing anything on the forums.
I do not want a banana.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Huh?
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Stay alert.
Yeah.
And railgun. Shots are too late.
You're falling. All systems nominal.
The objective is now active.
And railgun again.
Double kill.
Looks like we got another cheater.
Stay down.
Enemy detected.
Good.
I have the objective. Cover here.
Okay.
Got me good. And railgun.
Disrupting. Railgun charge.
Pretty sure she's cheating. Like you can see it like I don't know what to call that, like rotation.
Returning to
When she's moving around from the point, there is no disruption to her aim. It's almost hard locked to my chest.
underway.
Then also leaves on occasion when you're moving. Uh-huh. Does not miss a single rail either. Gets bonged.
This ends now.
So maybe a min distance on attach. I don't know why, guys, but Baptiste seem to be the absolute worst players in the world at utilizing their ult. Like, in terms of where they are when they use... Like, they don't give a shit about where their teammates are. Like, hey, maybe I should put this down in front of our teammates? Like, they don't care. Had to kill the Mercy, guys. It actually feels like every time that happens, I definitely should just go straight for Mercies. Like, I shouldn't even bother with anyone else and just kill the Mercy first. Every single fucking time. Because he'll just immediately res. Which makes it even less pointless. I just died basically for nothing. But yeah, like, killing a Mercy first and foremost over everything else is actually really important. Play aside, she's actually a healer, too. Aww. Cheating. Cap. That was a pre-aim and staring at me through the wall. Fucking great. What's with all the fucking cheating tonight, guys? This is crazy. Take a look at this now. This one I was in the middle of concussion.
Let's show him some air power. On the move.
Let them out.
This ends now. Your turn.
That's now you're supposed to charge the railgun, by the way. You lose damage doing that. Good.
Why not fire arrows that explode?
With enough skill and precision, explosives are unnecessary.
You saying I can't aim?
Can't aim. I can't aim. That's why I play fair, obviously. Try and kill me. Toggled off. She's missing now. That's weird. We're gonna try pushing the Sojourn. God, and then my fucking round didn't fire. Jesus fucking Christ. I was gonna push her off too? My God, guys.
The skies await. On the move.
What's really fucking... If you push your spacebar, guys, at the same time you mouse one with Farah, and I'm pretty... It probably happens on other characters, it'll eat your input. It'll eat your mouse one. That was absolutely abysmal. Knew exactly what the Mercy was going to do. And I had the option of either going for a concussion or trying to kill the Mercy. And... Yep. As we mentioned, Soldier's definitely cheating. I don't know about the McCree anymore. Good you see just staring at the wall.
This ends now.
It happens sometimes.
Always more to learn.
McCree's missing a lot of shots though. But he definitely looked like he was following me through the wall earlier. And the cheating Sojourn.
We're out. All systems nominal. Repositioning. We're outnumbered. Be advised.
What? Fucking around. I'm stuck. Then he gets a belly shot. Maybe it's at the end of the rounds he toggles? That's interesting. Might as well. Game's over, so it doesn't matter. Alright, so the the Soldier is 100% cheating. The Ashe is or the McCree is also cheating, and it looks like he toggles at the end of the rounds.
Play of the game.
You're done. Cybernetics regulated. You're falling apart.
Yeah, it's definitely cheating. Let's actually, so out of curiosity, I'm pretty sure the McCree is cheating. We're going to take a look at this. I haven't looked at so many replays in forever, guys. Normally, because this is pretty straightforward. Let's see. Another Kiriko.
Welcome to Ready for Battle.
Let's see is... right here. End of the round again. Yes, it is.
Quit making yourself an easy.
Yeah, he's cheating.
Making yourself an
All right. Less than that 15%. Yeah. Jesus Christ, guys. Every single game tonight has had a cheater in it, and most have had two. Holy fucking shit. What the fuck is going on here? This is crazy. Yeah, this is pretty bad. It's like a Friday? Here, fucking look at this, guys. This shit. We've had 3 wins tonight. In quick play, we've had 3 wins. This is incredible. What is this shit? Obviously, I'm not doing too hot, but what the fuck? Fun.
Increasing altitude. Dispersing. The robot is with us now. Let's get pushing. Damage intensified. I will not waste this opportunity.
They took the robot. Don't let it move a single step.
Cuss him out. I see an enemy. I look after my own. Yeah. Dispersing. Justice reigns from above. Enemy here.
Hey, Mercy. Bye, Mercy.
Be advised.
And stunned in the air. Good. You're doing pretty good this match now.
Shake it off. Establishing aerial position.
Fired, nothing came out. Hate when that happens. Jokes aside, it is actually really fucking obnoxious. It's sometimes when you push your mouse 1 at the same time as your space bar, your mouse 1 doesn't fire. And it shouldn't matter at all. It has nothing to do with the key presses. Half the damage of other DPS. I was here for like a couple minutes. Wow, like those guys, I mean, their team wasn't doing too hot either. They had a DPS Moira that was just trying to flank us, so. Hey, look, guys, another loss today. Quick play, by the way. I don't know if that would have held true if we played longer, though. We'll see. We'll see.
Now entering. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Mm-hmm.
Strike from above.
Good.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not seeing anyone talking about the not to connect server issue.
Mother's work is never done.
Not just me, because other people in the server are obviously having it, so.
Attack. Capture objective
Bastion seems very accurate. Gotta go, juice.
Let's show him some air.
Pretty latched on there up until he jumped. When his character jumped, he lost track, so maybe normal. Whoa. Oh, Jesus Christ. And he's fucking ulted too? Zen! Zen! I came over here because you were over here! Christ. I think I need to stop going after Bash, he's too tanky.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a locker.
My ultimate is ready.
Establishing aerial position.
Ah, that was a waste. I think Genji just uses Blade too, didn't he? So everyone did the same thing. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Genji just uses Blade too. Well, that was a great time for me to ult, and I ulted. And everyone else ulted because it was a good time for them to ult. Guess everyone had the same idea. Really good spot for me to ult.
Making another approach.
I am grateful.
En route.
Unblock the payload.
Up and away.
On my way.
Over there.
That's not who I want to see. I want to see the Bastion.
All systems nominal.
Oh, McCree is killing everyone despite him doing nothing.
We can't move until the payload
Pretty sure McCree has an ultimate.
Justice reigns from above. Enemy here.
2 tap. Shot the light post instead of me. Dead center on my chest. Good for him. Very exact aiming cost him a shot on me.
Up and away.
Not forgetting the payload, are we?
Concussive out.
Engaging the enemy.
My ultimate, my blade is ready to sacrifice for me.
60 seconds.
Feels an awful lot like this is a pre-made. I'm pretty sure we aren't going to get this. I don't know why that one didn't hit. Come up top again. Got it. Really wanted to. He's cheating. I really wanted to kill cam on the Bastion.
There's no time to lose. Attack! Let us push the payload forward.
He's the one that seemed sketch this entire match, but the couple times we looked at him, he looked sort of normal. So definitely didn't do bad. So the McCree was definitely cheating. He just did like absolute fuck all up until like after they denied us the point capture at the end there. I'm pretty sure that's when he's toggled. Pretty sure this guy's cheating. Yeah. But basically, he had no kill cams on him, and it detaches, so it's the same. It's the same cheat McCree's using. Back in the McCree, he still shot me behind wall. All right, lots of fucking cheating tonight, guys. Alright, and McCree as well. Yeah. Fuck is going on here? Okay. I need to take a piss, guys. So now we're actually doing, accuracy-wise, we're doing pretty fucking hot. What the fuck? What happened? What changed? What happened, guys? It is pretty sexy. Did we just get 2 good maps? Queens isn't super amazing. Still defeat. Lots of fucking cheating tonight, guys. Holy fucking shit. I gotta take a piss 1 second. already. Maybe I just started playing different in the last 2 games? Maybe I started trying. I put on my trying pants. Uh-huh. Good, good, good.
Arriving at Antarctic. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Strike from above. I've learned a lot from my experiences.
I really want a reflex analyzer, guys.
Boosting your damage high.
Like, so even if you have a reflex analyzer, that doesn't actually tell you what,
Maybe one day we go on missions in Hawaii.
the consistency of the input.
Greetings. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Switching aerial position. Let's move out.
Hey, Blood. How's your evening going, dude?
You call?
Lots of fucking cheating tonight, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Enemies here.
The objective is now.
Thanks for the assist. I see an enemy.
I wanted to fucking hit. Did I do a mercy? Ah. Can you post links? If as long as you're not advertising, like you're a Twitch streamer and you're advertising, you can throw links in chat. I think I have some URLs blacklisted, but it'll just time you out. Like it'll purge you. It won't time you out. So. I just don't do streaming or advertising. Jesus Christ, I've had, like, I lost, like, 95% of my games tonight. 90% of my games. I think we played, like, 10, 20 games, and I won, like... Yeah.
Ultimate is ready. Someone call the ambulance. Aerial positioning underway. Dispersing. I see an enemy. Thanks for the assist. Scatter.
That's not good. Oh! I almost made it.
Best round.
Thanks, Mercy.
Score 1-0.
ASG toggled. What's ASG? Oh.
Ooh, I live for this.
Were you the Ash? Or who's the Ash?
Right thing.
Follow my lead.
You're the Ash.
Through more of these.
I mean, I've had a lot of cheaters tonight. Putting aside, you know, whatever is happening in your clip. I had a lot of fucking cheaters tonight. It's crazy.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I actually was pretty bad up until like the last 3 games or so. Maybe I just wasn't trying hard enough. They're bragging about being in this. Why would you ever brag about being in a stack with players? It makes the game easier. Players normally never talk about being in stacks together because then obviously it means they have an advantage, right? Like, I think the handful of times I've ever mentioned it, everyone says they're never in a stack together. 'Cause no one plays in groups. It's no different than other games. When I played Dead by Daylight, no one ever admitted to being in groups. Unless it worked in their favor. Like, they're like, haha, we're a group, you suck, or something. That was unnecessary. Our entire team was there, and there's only like 2 of them. That was a waste. My let's kill the tank started tingling, and I did kill her. I didn't even know there's a doorway here. Probably gonna get sleep. Oh, we made it. Thank God. First thing they do is obviously... Oh, that's close. Dead. I'm not dead. Mercy saved me. I'm not actually sure, like, if you ever get in a pissing contest with the McCree, they'll try and kill you without ever using their aimbot. That also means they'll eventually just use it, or not their aimbot grenade. Look how good, like, with MSI on, guys, and Haig's off, look how good my performance is. So I think one of the things was I had Haig's off before, but I had MSI mode on, or off as well. So you have to have Haig's on, MSI mode off, or Haig's off and MSI mode on, which is what's happening right now. I don't know, we'll see how this is going though. That's not bad for accuracy. Mercy Healbot though too. Look how little our Mercy Healbot did in terms of healing, and it made a huge difference. Oh, apparently the enemy team only had 4 people too. It didn't, by the way. Bug report. My work from home's ending, guys. 88% time in the air. The fuck is that?
Traveling to Havana. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
No.
Strike from above.
Unnecessary
risks.
I mean, that's probably our first game tonight where we didn't have anyone cheating in it, by the way. That's crazy.
Leadership makes all the difference.
4 in the morning.
If you know what you're looking for, inquiry is unnecessary. But if you don't know, how do you inquire?
Well, maybe you know a little bit and you keep asking questions until you figure it out.
They don't really understand what I was doing there, but that's okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commences.
So maybe my accuracy, or what's happening here with my accuracy, has a lot to do with my 1%. So maybe my I mean, we've turned down my FPS before. Gonna try and res. I know you want to res, Mercy. No! Oh my god. One second, Mercy. I have to try and kill you. I need to kill that Ashe the moment she popped out and instantly brained me. I think she's literally moving around where she hears me. No, she's just hiding in a corner and I didn't look there. Ha! Actually not too bad. Once again, look at my 1%, guys. Oh my god. Ashe is now very accurate, if you didn't notice that after she showed up. I believe that was a Hanzo. You think we're just going to get locked at this point now? This is the first time this has happened tonight, guys. After, like, we apply significant pressure, the cheats come out. So, Ashe is just going to run everyone over now. God. Hit red, shit.
All systems nominal.
Yeah? I seem to get that a lot. We had a Pharah earlier tonight here. C4. Ah, she didn't blow it up for some reason. That's weird. I don't know why she wouldn't have blown it up. There we go. Whenever I get a, like, we had basically Anna and I forgot what the other guys cheating earlier tonight. DPS hitscan cheating, McCree cheating earlier tonight. And like one of the guys swapped to Pharah and literally just kept trying to fucking rocket me. It was obnoxious because I had to deal with the Anna and the McCree and I couldn't. And then of course the Pharah just walked over our team because I was like the only one trying to kill her as Pharah. Whenever I have, it's fucking weird how this game works. Whenever I have people on my team, just 2-tap me. Whenever the enemy team is a Pharah, we never have anyone that counters her except me, and I'm not a counter to Pharah. This guy's cheating now. That's the Ashe, as I mentioned earlier.
Coming off the bench.
That wasn't clear.
Repositioning.
Also, why you didn't blow up his C4 earlier when I mentioned that. So it probably means we have to kill either the Ashe or... kill the Ashe or the Mercy. And it doesn't help that Sombra keeps going after me too. That's just making things worse.
The skies await.
I don't know why they did that. That was not the answer. Now the tank's steered.
Excellent. What is that melody?
I am empowered. La oscuridad te espera. Dispersing.
God. Hey, look, guys. Those are all skulls behind me. That's what I got when I turned around, was skulls.
Let's show him some air power.
Uh-huh. What do I get when I turn around? Skulls.
Aerial positioning underway.
Oh, I shouldn't have went down. Go back up. And hope the Ashe doesn't kill me with her aimbot. She killed me with her aimbot. Hit reg, hit reg, hit reg, and then she hit me. She had 3 hit reg misses in there, guys, and the last one hit me. And all 3 of those hit reg misses were on me.
Increasing altitude.
I have to wait.
60 seconds remaining.
You call it?
And so she's looking right for me, although that was an entryway. Yep. I just landed right in front of that and died. Like I said, it wasn't until we basically steamrolled their game that we got the cheater in it. Ashe wasn't like that at the beginning of the match. She was playing Hanzo and she wasn't cheating. Immediately threw C4 on me. The rest of the team was there. Didn't bother with them at all. Ah.
Defeat.
Good. And Ashe is cheating.
Play of the game.
Me? No. Is that guy was obviously cheating. Oh, did someone get caught? I do appreciate. Look at all these fucking look at this. I've won like what 4 games tonight? Look at this shit. There's a lot of fucking cheating tonight. It's almost always. It's not at the beginning of the match. It's almost always after we get a leg up on the enemy team. They'll toggle on. It is the most obnoxious thing in the world to deal with. Like, we were doing really well against that team, and then the moment the Ashe showed up, like I said, I had to target the Ashe, right? She just literally just brained me from the window the moment she showed up, just trying to kill me. They track cooldowns? Yes, they do. Oh.
I found a cheater on Overwatch and he was live on Twitch.
What the f? He's actually cheating. What are all these boards? Wait, this is actually really cool.
Yeah, they
I've
do
never
track
actually
cooldowns.
seen cheats in Overwatch. Oh, you can see cooldown abilities too? Bro had the audacity.
It depends on which. I wish you could turn down the volume on fucking TikTok. Like, why is there just a on-off for the sound? Why can't you? Why isn't there a volume bar?
Audacity to use his ultimate.
Yeah, and they'll do things like use their ult to BM too.
Wait, so you know what's interesting? This guy's still missing. Like he just missed.
I mentioned this before, there's hit reg misses. Like, you'll actually, either intentionally, the aimbot will miss for you because it either has to keep your accuracy down intentionally so you don't get stat banned, or they will toggle on and off manually. But as we just saw with the Ashe, she missed 3 of her 4 shots on me when I came around that corner, when the point was at the far end. She missed 3 of her shots. They were on. They didn't look like they missed on the kill cam. They were on. They didn't register. Why? I don't know. And this could be dynamic difficulty adjustment in action, where the game is actively... Like, it has nothing to do with cheating. It's actively trying to lower people's accuracy because they aren't supposed to perform that well. And this is one of the things I really fucking hate about this game is they're actually very, compared to Overwatch 1, there very much feels like there's DDA in this game. Dynamic difficulty adjustment, if you guys didn't know, what it does is it lowers or raises your accuracy depending on how good you're doing or how bad the enemy's doing. Like if someone's, you're playing against someone that needs to have a better day because they've been having a bad day, which I've been having a pretty shit day, let's be perfectly honest here, it'll lower your accuracy against them. So shots that look like they'll register won't register at all, or they'll do reduced damage. And this isn't something that's made up or tinfoil hat. EA, the parent company of, is it EA? Activision. I think they're owned by EA. The parent company of Activision. Oh, I thought they're... Who owns... There's a couple changes. Activision still. They're going to be acquired by Microsoft. Must be Activision. It was Activision. I thought it switched to EA at a while. At one point, there's actually like they have a patent for dynamic difficulty adjustment, or EA has a patent for dynamic difficulty adjustment, as does Blizzard or Activision, one of the two. And what it does is it will dynamically adjust your difficulty. In multiplayer games, depending on, in a competitive first-person shooter, this shouldn't even be a thing, right? You shouldn't even consider this, depending on how good you're doing or how good the enemy's doing that you're playing against. Yeah, so it'll cause you to miss. Call of Duty has this in the game, for instance. Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Missed the fucking ball just rolling around while he has his sheets on.
If they go behind a wall too, it'll detach, and they're usually really fucking bad at following people when it detach. You'll see them shoot air, which I'll put in the reports whenever it happens.
Found a cheater on Overwatch and he was live on Twitch.
What the he's actually cheating. What are all these balls?
Yeah, so I don't know which cheat he's using. I've seen a couple, but I've never seen one that actually shows you their cooldowns, which makes sense. If you can program it, it can be added to the game. If you can think about it, it can be programmed, is what it turns into. And it makes a lot of sense. I know that for a fact that some of the cheats will show you when someone has an ult. I didn't know it shows you all their cooldowns.
Wait, this is actually really cool because
ult tracking. It actually shows you exactly which hero it is, and their cooldowns, whether or not they're up or not, and the remaining timer on the cooldown.
I've never actually seen cheats in Overwatch. Oh, you can see cooldown abilities too? Bro had the audacity to use his ultimate. Wait, so you know what's interesting?
I can't rewind, but if you saw right there, the ball went behind it, and it's usually based on your center point, which is why I talk about figuring out whether or not they're cheating or not by using a door frame as hovering as Pharah, where only my legs are dangling. And obviously, if someone's good enough, they can shoot your dick. That's not a problem at all. They can shoot your dick if you're just dangling back and forth like that. But as long as my chest and my head are not exposed, they won't be able to lock to you. And in case of the ball, it must be based on his center point. So the moment he went behind the wall, it unlocked, because obviously if you're just shooting at people behind walls, it's a dig giveaway. And some people have it on, and some people have it off, and some people it depends on how close you are to the target before it detaches. There's all different sorts of criteria. This is just like one of many cheats. I haven't seen this particular one, because I haven't seen one with these cooldowns like this in the bar form here.
This guy's still missing. Like, he just missed the fucking ball just rolling around while he...
Yeah. So his as the guy fired, his center point became obfuscated and didn't snap to him because he's technically behind a wall as far as the cheat's concerned, even though on his screen he's not, and he could actually shoot the side. If he was good enough, he could shoot the side of the ball, right? Yeah. As bad game design, I mean, if the end case of what you're doing is trying to sell loot boxes and get people to... Did I report? Yeah, we already reported the Ashe. Brownbra equals no woman. Okay. Yeah. So while it might seem like, as if you're a gamer and you're a competitive gamer, it definitely seems like a bad choice, right? If you're trying to sell loot boxes and give Timmy a good day, which arguably, I mean, is what SPMM is supposed to do at the end of the day, right? It's supposed to put you in a league with players that you can play against and actually do well or worse against, right? You'll actually have wins and you'll have losses. Yeah. Dynamic difficulty adjustment makes sense if all you're trying to do at the end of the day is sell skins to Timmys. Because when people go on a streak, they have a really enjoyable time. So, obviously, yesterday we did not play, which was, what was that, Wednesdays? We had really bad weather up here. I had a bunch of shit that was going wrong. I still think I have an infection in my thumb right now and my finger. Hopefully that clears up. Yeah, but putting this aside, yesterday I wasn't streaming. So, Wednesday was relatively, or Tuesday night, Wednesday morning was relatively normal. Wednesdays I didn't stream, and now we're on Thurfry. And Thurfry, there's a lot of fucking cheating tonight, guys. Almost every single game we played in had usually 2 cheaters in it. Not just one, usually 2, and not always the DPS. We had multiple with the support that was cheating. Yeah, usually had 2 cheaters, and almost all had 1 in it. I think we only had one game tonight. Only one game tonight that did not have a cheater in it, and I believe that was our Antarctic game or Kings Row. No, Kings Row had the cheating Bastion in it and McCree, right? Yeah. So the cheating Bastion and McCree. And the McCree was like, Bastion, you're not going to be able to get all the fun. And this guy had like 3 kills, and then he toggled on and got 7 kills. By the way, when we're already stuck. This Bastion was 100% cheating, as was the McCree at the end of the match. We've had all different sorts of cheating tonight. It's been pretty fucking obnoxious. Only one game tonight, I think we didn't have a cheater in it, which was the Antarctic game right here. And the last game was normal up until the Ash toggled on. And yeah, that was basically the end of it. We basically couldn't get in at that point because we needed other people on the team to perform besides me. And I guess it wasn't happening. They needed to kill the Ash, and no one was doing that. It's basically cheating Ash that changed everything at the end there. There was a Sombra, but it didn't matter. Sombra was just harassing and cleaning up after the Ash. Yeah. I mean, it sucks, but that's basically where we're at with video games now, so. Yeah, alrighty, guys. Rough day tonight, guys. Lots of cheating, put aside the fact that I'm kind of under the weather, and for the first part of the stream, I was missing a lot of my shots, too. I just felt like meh, and I think it was affecting my aim. Maybe not. I'm not sure. The last 4 or 5 games, we performed pretty well in. Even though we lost, we still lost them, even though I was doing well. When I started, I was doing like 50+% accuracy games here, but it could be dynamic difficulty adjustments, like, oh, Ben Sam's having a good day or a bad day, better turn down his turn up his accuracy. Like, look at this shit. Like, maybe this is because I was having, this is where we got steamrolled too. It's having a bad day or something. Because I mean, we lost like 90% of our games tonight, so. It's still pretty good. This is after we messed with the MSI and turning Hags up 49-16. This is still pretty good. Hitting mid-airs and mercies 45-15. I don't know, guys. We'll take we'll look more at this tonight. Maybe we'll try messing around with full screen optimizations too. I've turned it off because it seemed to work better with Hags and with that off. So I don't know. I really want to reflex analyzer, but that isn't until like May, so that's still like 3 months out, and I don't know what's going on here. But alrighty, guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more Overwatch 2. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, make sure to hit the follow button in the top right hand corner. You stream every day. Top right hand corner. You stream every day from evening to late night, GMT -6, 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Although that's usually rotated back at this point by like 4 hours. That's just the way things are going, guys. But yeah, we had some, I mean, the games were relatively good, even though we had a lot of cheating. The cheating was pretty obnoxious, but that just, usually, like, it's like every other game, and tonight was, like, literally, like, fucking every game. And I don't know what exactly that means, but, yeah, they were literally on top of our dicks, so, yeah. I'm out here for this evening, though, guys. Yeah, catch you guys later. Thanks for watching my stream, as always, guys. I hope you have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.